Good morning, Masi. I see it is 10 o'clock. Oh, do we have a quorum and are we ready to go?
Yes, Chair, I think we can proceed.
Well, thank you very much, Masi. Honorable members, welcome back and welcome to this the meeting of the Committee of Public Service and Administration on the 3rd of September.
Recording in progress.
We've all had almost a month of constituency work, and I hope that you've also used the opportunity to just relax a little bit. We had quite the busy Parliament schedule in the previous quarter. We were in sittings a lot. We had lots of committee meetings, so I hope everybody is energized. And a most sincere welcome back to all of the honorable members that are here today. Members, let me just, before we start with the agenda, take this opportunity to formally welcome our new member, Honorable Eleanor Bow Spies. She is from the Democratic Alliance, and I've worked with Honorable Spies on SCOAG previously. We sat together on a previous committee. She has a wonderful work ethic and is a warm and friendly human being, and I think she will be a great contribution to this committee. And we look forward to welcoming her in person as well at the previous meeting. And we just also wish Honorable Potgieter well on her new journey on the Committee of Sport, where she's been redeployed. With that, honorable members, I also just would like to welcome the staff. I hope they also had a little bit of a more relaxed time in the month of August, but we look forward to getting on with the work of the committee. And as always, we appreciate the support which they give us on such a professional basis. Members, with that being done, we move to the second to the apology section of the committee. Can I just have a confirmation from yourself, Masizole, who has given apologies for this committee sitting?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Perfect. Thank you.
Yes. So we've got apologies from Honorable Polwane, Honorable Damasa, and Honorable Tlapa for now. I also wish to say that the gadgets that I'm given by Parliament are not working with me, but I'm working around the gadgets. So I might have an echo from your side or stuff like that. So I'm in between. So yeah, thank you. Chair?
Apologies. Seems like I'm also having a gadget miscommunication. Thank you very much, Masi. So we note those apologies. Honorable members, is there any other apologies that needs to be noted? I see the hand of Honorable Langa. Honorable Langa, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to you and colleagues. Chair, I have a commitment just after 1 o'clock, so I just wanted to request if I could be excused, then should we not be finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Langa. That is duly noted. I hope that we will move through the program and actually maybe even end earlier. The program should, I think, go quicker than planned, but nonetheless, we note your apology. Members, before I make my opening remarks, I would just like to ask, as a matter of courtesy, as we established in the committee before, If members could kindly just turn on their cameras when they speak, so that we can just see you, it would be good. This is the same procedure we follow in mini plenaries and also in virtual sittings of Parliament, that we just turn on our cameras. If you are in an area where you don't have where you might have reception problems, then maybe just turn on your camera and note that you've got reception problems, and then we will allow you to turn it off. But it is just for the decorum of the meeting. Thank you, members. Members, as per the directive from the Office of the House Chairperson, all National Assembly committees were required to embark on strategic planning or a strategic planning workshop on this first week of the term. The strategic planning session is going to assist the committee to develop and agree on a strategic focus aligned to the Parliament's strategic plan goals that should inform all our oversight activities for the parliamentary term, which ends in 2029. The committee is then required to further develop these focus areas into an implementable and measurable 5-year strategic plan and annual performance plans with appropriate targets and indicators. These documents must be submitted to the National Assembly via the Office of the House Chairperson by the 19th of September 2025. The committee's support staff will take us through the documents sent to the members via our channels of communication since last week. And on that note, I would just also like to thank the staff for assisting us and also sending the documents on WhatsApp. Although we all realize that email is the official channel of Parliament and of the committees, it is very helpful when the documents are also distributed on WhatsApp, and for that we say thank you for the staff to assist us with that. Members, with no further delay, I would like to ask the staff to proceed with the presentation on the legacy report and the sector analysis. Honorable Langa, I see your hand is still up. I think it's a legacy hand, but I might be wrong.
Indeed, Chair, it's a legacy hand. However, I thought you'll adopt the agenda as well, Chair.
Certainly, Honorable Langa, well spotted. You can see I'm rusty after all of that constituency work that I've been doing. Members, I would like to call for the adoption of the agenda. Is there any member who would please like to adopt the agenda? Members, can I please see a hand for the adoption of the agenda? Honorable Space.
Good morning, Chair. I move for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Space. I really appreciate it. Honorable members, is there a member who would like to second for the adoption? Honorable members, is there a yes?
It's Mercy. I think we can proceed, Chair.
Okay. Honorable members, is there any objection to us proceeding?
Chair, I second the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Langa. Duly noted. Thanks for your support. With that, we have adopted the agenda for this meeting, and we can move on to the next agenda point. Mercy, you and your team can move ahead to do the sector analysis and the legacy report. Thank you very much.
Yes, Chairperson, I'll give it to Julius to proceed. Through you, Chair. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. My name is Julius Mwepe. I'm the content advisor. Just for the sake of the new member, we have just recently joined Honorable Spies. I hope I'm pronouncing the name very well. I mean her surname very well. Yeah, but I will take the committee through the sector analysis and and also the legacy report. And allow me, Chairperson, since well I've just switched on my camera just to show my face. Allow me to switch off so that I can be able to proceed with this is a short presentation of sector analysis and partly the legacy report.
Yes, Julius, thank you very much. You can turn
We
off your
have
camera.
submitted these documents to the members. Hello. Okay, no, thanks, Chair. Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Yeah, and we have drafted the sector analysis, and there is a legacy report that members received as part of the documentation of last week. But what we are going to do today is just to flag on the most critical aspect that emanates from the sector analysis before we deal with the process of developing a strategic plan and the annual performance plan for the committee. That were also circulated on the email and the WhatsApp group. Chairperson, the sector analysis is just to refresh I believe members, they are not new. We just only have a new member, but it's just to bring everyone on board, just to refresh ourselves in terms of what is the sector all about. These presentations derive from the very same document that was circulated, sector analysis and the legacy report. So it's just a matter of shortening it. And then with regards to the introduction of the sector analysis, just to provide an analysis on the functions of the DPSA, the NSG, which is the National School of Government, and the Center for Public Service Innovation, and the Public Service Commission. So this committee is seized with the responsibility to conduct oversight over these three departments. I'll just say the department because the National School of Government is at the level of the department. We only have one entity, which is the Center for Public Service Innovation. And then with regard to the DPSA derives its mandate from Section 195 of the Constitution, which set out the basic values and the principles governing public administration. And then we also have the Public Service Commission, where its mandate is mainly to promote those values and the principles of the constitutions. And whereas the School of Government, the mandate is, as per the legislation, is to provide education, training, and the development in the public administration. So their mandate goes beyond just public service, but even to the public administration where they train anyone within government. And then with regard to the Center for Public Service Innovation, their mandate is to unlock and I want to put this on a slide.
Julius,
So that I can
Julius,
to
Julius, can you hear me?
Chairperson?
Julius,
Yeah, I can hear you, Chairperson.
you're not quite audible. Your audio is breaking up quite a lot. I'm not sure if you can maybe move somewhere where you've got better reception.
I've noted that, Chair. I've noted that, Chair.
Let's just give him a moment to just
Hello,
move. Yeah.
Chairperson?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, yeah, no, I've just switched to the other network so that I can be audible throughout the workshop.
Already
Yeah.
much better. Thank you.
Okay, Chair. Yeah, so what I was saying, Chair and honorable members and colleagues, is that we I've given them the mandates, and then I was indicating which departments. I know members they are aware, but then now in terms of sector legislation, this committee has got almost three legislation, which is the Public Service Act of 1994, and then the Public Administration Management Act of 2024, and then the Public Service Commission Act. And this act, the Public Service Act, the difference, whereas the Public Service Act, its main purpose is to provide for an organization and administration of the public service of the Republic in terms of the regulation on the conditions of employment, and in terms of office and the discipline and retirement and discharge of members of the public service. So this act is all about the conditions of employment within the public service, whereas the difference between the Public Service Act and the Public Administration Management Act of 24, the PAMA Act seeks to provide a legal framework across three spheres of government, by bringing some degree of uniformity of purpose in key public administration pillars, namely transferal institution, human resource and ICT and process and systems. So if members, they still recall the concept of the single public service, the PAMA, though it was not about promoting the single public services in the way it has been sort of been criticized, but the PAMA was trying to bring some uniformity with regard to, for an example, the issues of the remunerations within the public service, the issues of the transfers, and the secondment. So if the national department would like to second someone to the local sphere, it should not be something that will be difficult to do. But then they came up with an act of parliament that will allow such kind of, and even to promote issues of uniformity between the public service and the local government sphere. So that was the intention of this particular legislation, to bring some degree of the uniformity within the public administration. So, and then we have got the Public Service Commission Act. This act, as you know, members, we have recently, we are in a process of repealing this particular act. This act, it was about the commission. It regulates how commission should function. As you know, that the commission is mandated by the Constitution to promote those values and the principles of the public administration. But then the mandate was not extended to the local government, whereas with the new bill, the mandate will then extend to the local government together with the state-owned enterprises. Then, with regard to the National Development Plan, we had to look at what the National Development Plan requires from us. The Development Plan requires government to build a capable, professional, and developmental state, and furthermore, put measures in place to achieve capable and professional and developmental state. And the NDP further seek to address the following as the way of building professional and developmental state. I have only quoted the ones that are responsible. There are a number of interventions that the NDP has outlined that other sector departments they are expected also to play. For an example, the issue of procurement services that is within the National Treasury. They are expected to come up with some regulations or laws that will strengthen that particular aspect. But for the sector, meaning the sector public service and administration, we are required to stabilize the political administrative interface. We are also required to build a public service that is a career of choice, and also required to ensure that there's an efficient and effective management and operation within the public service, and also improved mechanism to promote ethical behavior in the public service. So these are what is key, or what should then form when members they will be deliberating, and our key focus areas for the seventh parliament in terms of what is it that we need to oversee, because this is a plan of government. Then we need to conduct an oversight over the department that are expected to implement these goals from the National Development Plan. And then these goals also they were expressed in the medium-term development plan of the seventh administration. So, with regard to the DPSA sector issues, members and colleagues, there are legislative reforms and that are before us in Parliament, and then again we are also expected to conduct an oversight on the professionalization of the public sector. So that's exactly what is key in the seventh Parliament. So the medium-term development plan states that in many government institutions, professionalization and skills development have been inadequate. So indeed, if you look at the current workforce in the public service, the government department are still lacking in terms of the areas of professionalizations, capacity, and then the skill development. So that's what the medium-term development plan has indicated, that there's still more that needs to be done. And the development of the regulatory framework for the public service will continue with the finalization of the Public Service Amendment Bill, Public Administration Management Amendment Bill, and the Public Service Commission Bill. So these are the three pieces of legislation that are before Parliament. I would say currently they are with the National Council of the Provinces for concurrence. So I know members, they haven't participated much on the Public Service Amendment Bill, especially the current members, because these bills were processed during the sixth Parliament and the Public Administration Amendment Management Amendment Bill. So these are the bills that I think we have got some planning around them so that members can begin to engage on these particular pieces of legislations that seek to drive goals of the National Development Plan, for an example of ensuring stable political administrative interface. So those are some of the reforms that even also to professionalize the public service. So there are a number of reforms that these bills that are before Parliament have proposed. They are still going to come back to the committee from the NCOP. Once they are concluded, they've concluded with their own processes, so that the committee can be able to finalize these particular bills. So these pieces of legislation seek to be in line with the commitment of building a state capacity and creating professional and merit-based, corruption-free and developmental public service. With regard to improving compliance with the legislative prescript and enforcing compliance, one of the core objectives of the department is to put in place mechanisms and structures in government departments and ensure day-to-day running of government department is therefore decentralized. As you know that the DPSA provides norms and standards to government departments, but in terms of the implementations of those norms and standards is the responsibility of various ministries and the accounting officers in those departments to ensure that they implement the DPSA norms and standards. So the system of government is that everything has been decentralized, but then there's a policy department, which is the DPSA, that drives the policy, but in terms of the implementation, is the department that are implementing these particular policies from the DPSA. And the department is therefore mandated to foster good governance and sound administration in the public services. It's just to emphasize that the department of the DPSA, they are mandated to foster such kind of governance, good governance and sound administration within the public service. And department are expected to comply with the DPSA legislations. However, there are areas of non-compliance experience requiring enforcement through regular monitorings. This is just to emphasize that as much as the departments are expected to implement policies of the DPSA, there are areas of non-compliance, and the only way to address that is through regular monitoring that the DPSA should then provide this committee with the monitoring reports so that the committee can know that a department so and so in a particular province or at a national level, they are unable to comply with the legislation, so that the committee can hold them accountable. And there was an Office of Standard and Compliance which was established by the DPSA to strengthen the adherence of public administration prescripts and improve compliance. So the PAMA, the Public Administration Management Act, established this particular office so that the areas of non-compliance can be addressed by this unit, of which it was supposed to be an entity, but is currently, due to the budget constraint, is still a unit within the department that will then look into the issues of standard and compliance across government department. So that's another area that we just need to highlight. With regard to the professionalization of the public service, professionalization of the public sector is crucial for improving governance, service delivery, and public trust. A professional public service assists government in providing consistent and high-quality services to the citizens. So professionalization also promotes merit-based recruitment and the promotion in the public service. So, and then the development and the adoption of the professionalization framework minimize political interference, favoritisms, and unethical behavior. These are some of the elements that derives from the framework on the professionalization of the public sector. So again, the professionalization of the public sector remain a key strategic objectives of the seventh administration. So this is one of the key priorities of the seventh administration, honorable members. I know you are aware of that. And then with regard to the measures of tackling corruption and entrenching ethics in the public sector, tackling corruption in the public sector requires a comprehensive multi-pronged strategy that addresses both the root causes, and the department has put numerous interventions aimed at strengthening ethics, integrity, frameworks, and disciplinary process for enhancing public confidence. There are a number of measures that the department put in place. For an example, they are implementing the lifestyle audit. There's a guideline that the department has issued to all government departments to conduct a lifestyle audit. We have got the monitoring of financial disclosure framework, and also the strengthening of the whistleblower protections and disciplinary management system. Those are some of the interventions that the department has introduced across the public service to tackle corruption and entrench ethics in the public sector. With regard to digitalization and modernization of the public service, the evolution of technology has digitally transformed and reshaped how governments across the world improve efficiency of services. There is a need for the department to drive and improve the utilization of information communication technology system to improve efficiency in the public service. Over the medium-term development plan, the departments intend to gradually build its ICT capacity and infrastructure relating to human and financial perspective. With regard to the National School of Government, Chair and honorable members and colleagues, the National School of Government, as we have already indicated with regard to the mandate, is established through Public Service Act, Section 4, that there shall be a training institution and the management of an administration of such shall be under control of the minister. So it's been established by the Public Service Act, and the mandate of the school is to provide training and conduct examination or test on public servants. And the school may also issue diplomas or certificates to any person who have passed examination. And again, what we wanted to bring to the members is that the school is partially funded through the national budget and generate revenue through collection of training fees. And there's an account called a training account. So that's where the school generate their funds. So meaning there are two programs in the national school. The first program on administration, that's where the national budget get utilized. But in terms of the program two on training, then is self-funded, if we may say. But I know that in the previous years, and even this committee, we are still encouraging the National School of Government to be self-sustainable, meaning it should fund itself completely without relying on the national, because the monies that they are generating through training fees can be able to sustain itself without relying on the national budget. So the school has a number of interventions linked to the NDP of ensuring a capable, a professional and developmental state, such as compulsory induction for all public servants and breaking barriers to entry in the public service. This is also targeted for unemployed people who would in future would like to join the public service. These are some of the interventions that the National School of Government has for that are linked to the National Development Plan and the Medium-Term Development Plan. With regard to the Center of Public Service Innovation, Chair and honorable members, the Center for Public Service is established in terms of Section 7 of the Public Service Act, and it is mandated to unlock and entrench and nurture the culture of innovation within the public service. And the emphasis is on unearthing innovative solution should be digitally based driven. So meaning whatever that the CPSI is unearthing should be digitally driven, because now technology is the one that drives most of the businesses, and we have seen that with during statistics census, the census that was conducted by Statistics South Africa, where people can be able to enumerate themselves digitally, and you send the information to statistics without anyone coming to your house. So there was such kind of a platform where then efficiency, even when you go to the Home Affairs, where in terms of the queue management, they do have such kind of digital services where you don't have, they give you numbers and then you just follow you, and everything is being done digitally. So again, the innovation solutions that the Center for Public Service Innovation normally discovered. We have realized that I think even from the previous committees that you will find that they are developing a solution for a specific department in a province, but when you go to another province, they are not approaching another province to say, here is a solution, is working in the Eastern Cape in terms of dispensation of medication. But then we go to the Northwest, you find that the Northwest has got the same problem, but whereas the Center for Public Service is an entity of the TPSA that has got powers to engage with other provinces and even national department if they've got any innovation solution that has been discovered, so that this innovation solution should not be only for about a specific province or a national department, but this solution can be replicated across the public, across government department, especially if it helps them to save cost of doing things in a manual way. And then the Public Service Commission also, like I've already indicated, that it derives its mandate from Section 196 of the Constitution, and its main mandate is to promote the values and the principles governing public administration. And the PSC is vested with a custodian oversight responsibility for the public service and monitor and evaluate and investigate public administration. It has the power to issue directions regarding compliance with personnel procedure relating to recruitment, transfer, and promotion and dismissal. And the medium-term development plan highlighted a need to strengthen the role of the Public Service Commission to overseeing the appointment of key people who direct the affairs of the state, such as your Director General, your chief the chief executive officers of the state-owned enterprises. So meaning the PSC should play a direct role in terms of the appointment of these key people that run the affair of the state. So that's what the medium-term development plan envisage, and this should happen within this, because the medium-term development is within the 5-year period of the current government. So it means that the PSC should strive, or even this committee should make the PSC to strive towards realizing this particular goal. But this can only happen only when Parliament has passed the legislation that is before us. So this is what we want to just to highlight, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. And then, if you will allow me just to refresh members in terms of the responsibility and the mandate of these particular entities that this committee is to oversee before I go to the strategic plan, Honorable Chairperson. Hello, Chair.
Hello, good. Thank you very much, Julius. Members, there you have it. We have an opportunity to just deliberate and ask questions on what was presented. Is there any members that would like to ask a question? Julius, I see no hands, but it was a very straightforward information session, so I'm not surprised to see that there are no hands. If I notice any hands in the session, I will stop you, but I think you are safe to move ahead and present the rest of the presentation of the strategic plan. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Then, based on what we have presented, I'm going to present a draft 5-year strategic plan 2025-2030. Yes, we are saying 2030 because after the national election of the 2029, the next committee will have to, like we normally do with the government departments, with the last financial year. Normally, it overlaps with the national election. So it means that we will then we have to develop a 5-year plan up until 2030. So then the next committee will then have to complete our last financial year in 2030. So, Chair, this is a draft, and honorable members, I will just go down. If members have something, I'll just in a nutshell just provide a background on what is, rather than just reading paragraph by paragraph, just to highlight the key important aspect on each and every page. On this page is the members where we are saying where the documents say provide forward by the chairperson. This is what it was just a guide from the template. This is the templates are uniform across all committees. So, but we thought that let's not delete, so that when members agree with what is written, then we are going to delete this bolded area. But it was just to give a guide to us so that we know what is it that is expected. Yeah, with regard to the introduction, this is the forward by the chairperson is just to emphasize from the time when we went for the national elections, and highlighting that there was no outright majority political party winner for these particular elections, and then the president had to announce the government of national unity, and then further outlined the priorities of government, which there were 3 priorities. One was to drive inclusive growth and job creation, and second, it was to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living, and the third one was to build a capable and ethical developmental state. And that was followed by Parliament. That was followed by Parliament on establishing committees after the president has announced the cabinet. Then Parliament, on the 9th of July, we had the first meeting where we have elected the chairperson, and then again, then from there, that's when the business of this committee started. From after from the 9th of July 2024, and then the Parliament's mandate of oversight and lawmaking, public participation and cooperation and international remains the key to improving the citizens' quality of life. So this is just to emphasize about what are the mandates of government. And then we also, on the remarks of the chairperson also looked at the previous work done by the predecessor committee, where the legacy report has been acknowledged in this this strategic plan. And then we also looked at what are the priorities for this seventh parliament, of which we derive our I would say, though we derive our mandate from Parliament strategic plan, but at the same time, in terms of the sector, this committee is mandated to oversee efforts or any interventions of building a capable and ethical and developmental state. So this is some of the areas that we have highlighted, together with the legislative reforms that are before Parliament. And then even we had to highlight again on the national framework towards the professionalization of the public sector, which is key for this seventh parliament in terms of ensuring that all key deliverables that are expected from government needs to be achieved, so that come 2030, when government provide a report to the nation, then we would be able to say at least we have put pressure on government department with regard to adherence to this adherence to the national framework towards the professionalization of the public sector, which one of the areas to ensure merit-based appointment in the public service, in the public service throughout. And then again, yeah, I think it's still the same thing with regards to the building of capable and ethical. Let me just pass. That was the introduction. Then, with regards to the strategic overview, honorable members, we borrowed this from, because we are an extension of the Parliament. We borrowed this from Parliament strategic plan. So we are not, I'm not going to deal much on them in terms of their vision, mission, and the values. We are within this mission and vision and values and the mandate of the Parliament of the seventh Parliament. So this is what we have just taken from Parliament strategic plans. So, but just to highlight, and then the strategic goals of Parliament. One of the strategic goals, which is the strategic goal number 1, is to strengthen oversight mechanisms. And they are saying, the constitution require parliaments to put mechanisms in place to ensure that the executive is accountable to it, and that Parliament maintains oversight of the national executive. And Parliament does that through committees. And I mean, even the National Assembly and the National Council, they do that through other methods, but most oversight happens at the committee level, and then we report to to both houses. And then the second goal was to enhance lawmaking and public involvement. And Parliament is constitutional mandated. Parliament constitutional mandate requires that it provide a meaningful opportunity for people to be involved in legislative and other processes. Members are aware we have done that during the processing of the Public Service Commission bill, where we have invited stakeholders to come and provide inputs. So we were still within the very same mandate of Parliament. And again, the strategic goal 3 of Parliament is to improve public office appointments. And with regard to that, the Parliament is saying regarding international engagement, Parliament must strengthen system and structure to enhance. Okay, I think here there's something wrong. It was maybe I need to change, but I'll just highlight it in red because it does not, it reflects the international, but the Parliament is expected, not all committees are given such powers for ensuring public appointments. Public appointments, you are referring to the appointments with regard to Chapter 9 institutions and other board of certain entities. So we have to ensure that these appointments are done based on merit, based on meritocratic system. So again, with regard to the 6.4, of which is strategic goal number 4 of Parliament, is to improve international engagement. And then regarding international engagement, Parliament must strengthen systems and structure to enhance its endeavor to contribute to shaping the global agenda and developing a parliamentary international relations strategy, strengthening mechanism for negotiations and ratification of international agreements, and establishing mechanisms to monitor South African obligations. So this is what Parliament would is in their strat plan is expected to deliver. So we as a committee will have to align our strat plan with the 4 strategic goals of Parliament. With regard to our situational analysis, honorable members and honorable chair, we have highlighted we have highlighted where from the beginning where the DPSA and the PSA find its mandate. The mandate derives from the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Section 195, that public service has to be professional and accountable and developmental oriented. And the National Development Plan further outline a specific step that I've already alluded when I was presenting the sector analysis. Yeah, these are some of the goals of the Chapter 13 of the National Development Plan. Like I've already indicated that there are some that are applicable to the committee, but some they are not applicable to the committee. The committee does not drive such kind of strategic objective of the NDP. And then just a highlight on the legacy report, we have also made emphasis on the legacy report of the 6th Parliament, where they've made the 6th Parliament have made some recommendation to this committee with regard to this committee fast-tracking the finalization of these important bills to enable government to achieve its main objective of building a capable and ethical and developmental state. So these particular 2 bills, or let's say 3 bills that are before Parliament, they play a significant role towards realizing the vision of building a capable, ethical and developmental state. So if Parliament we delay in the finalization of this bill, we might not be able to realize some of these reforms that these bills are bringing in the public service or in the public administration. So these are some of the recommendations that the legacy report has emphasized. Again, the issue of the lifestyle audit was also covered together with the disciplinary cases, prolonged disciplinary cases. As you know that most of government departments are struggling with prolonged disciplinary cases, and the issue of the lifestyle audit is not implemented across all government departments, including provinces. There are some provinces that have never even conducted a lifestyle audit. So those are some of the issues that the 6th Parliament Committee has identified. The issue of lack of uniformity on how departments are implementing the guidelines on lifestyle audit, is also another issue, but we in the next quarter of October to December, I think this matter will be dealt with by the committees on the program of the committee, if I may say, because then I believe that maybe we just need to get a clarity on this particular aspect. Yeah, so that's exactly what is happening. Then, with regards to the statutory appointment from the legacy report, the sixth parliament has appointed all, because the portfolio committee is more responsible for the appointment of 5 commissioners that I would say they are at a national level, and then the sixth parliament has appointed all of them. So now the seventh parliament committee, we will be seized to uh, conduct renewal of contracts of commissioners based on the outcome and the deliberation of the members. So, but the constituent just guarantee but not to say it's an automatic renewal, but then guarantee that a commissioner is appointed for a 5-year period and with the option of renewal. So that is sort of guaranteed of renewal, but then the committee will have to deliberate on that as well. So that's exactly what the legacy report, I've just put out the most critical aspect in the legacy report, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. The issue of digital transformation, again, was also emphasized by the sixth parliament, especially with the administration, with how the administration processes, like your leave management, you still find officials still applying manually their leaves, and then you find that papers get lost. So those are some of the things that this committee should drive for uniformity across the public service, where departments, they move away from manually. People, they still get their salary slip manual. So those are some of the things. Whereas then you find that if then the systems are developed, then for an official to receive a salary slip, that should be linked with a cell phone or whatever that the IT guys can do, so that even it can eliminate the issues of ghost employees within the public sector, because the PESAL is outdated, if we might say that, and the information is not always accurate. And then regarding we spoke about the professionalization or the framework. I won't touch it, honorable members. Okay, the other findings was from the sixth parliament, that is in relation to the PSC reports, is that the sixth parliament has realized that most of these PSC reports that are tabled before parliament, they get referred to the committee, but there are those specific reports that the committee needs to take them back to the NA House for the debate by the members in the House, so that we assist the PSC to realize the implementation of their recommendations. Because if the committee, because we cannot go and request to meet all committees and discuss the PSE reports, but the only platform that this committee can find and popularize the work of the commission is when these reports are not ending at the committee level, but this committee can write a mini report back to the National Assembly and table whatever that the committee have found. But it should not be that all reports should go to the National Assembly House. Only specific members agree that this report needs to be, then the members can decide whether this report tabled by the PSA deserves to be debated in the House, and then we can then write a mini report and then and ATS it, so that it's on the order paper of Parliament to discuss it in the House. So some of the areas that the sixth Parliament has highlighted, so that the work of the Commission can be debated in the House, and even for those ministries that are not implementing their recommendations, they can be they can be held accountable when the members are discussing the report in the House. So this is some of the areas where the 6 committees have realized that maybe that should be a way in future, so that the work of the commission does not just end in the committee. With regards to the purpose, this is the purpose of the committee, where we are established. Committees are established in terms of Section 55 of the Constitution that empower National Assembly to provide for mechanisms to ensure that all executive organs of state in the national sphere of government are accountable to it and maintain oversight in exercising the national executive authority, including implementation of legislation. So this is exactly where we are. The committee, National Assembly House, get its mandate. So it's just to reflect on that. And then the departments, the president has already outlined plan of action of government through the medium-term development plan of the National Development Plan. And the departments on the 17th of June, they've tabled their revised strat plans and annual performance plans before Parliament, where this committee has processed such through the budget reports. So we have already received that, and the presentations of the departments have already been circulated again to members for the purpose of today's workshop. So that when we deal with the strategic objectives of the committee, then members can be able to make reference to the strat plans of the department. Honorable members and chair and colleagues, we have outlined the strategic objectives, committee strategic objectives. As you know that we conduct an oversight. We are not an implementing department, so we have to mirror we have to be guided by what are the priorities of sector departments that account to this particular portfolio committee, and then we then had to take their priorities and put it on our strat plan, so that they guide us when we are developing our 5-year plan for the purpose of oversight. So we have started with the Department of Public Service and Administration. I'm not going to read everything, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, but one of their objectives was to monitor the appointments of Public Service Director General that meet legislated qualifications and experience by 2030. Members, you are aware that if a department is in a process of appointing a DG or a HOD, the submission has to go to the DPSA to ensure that the DGs or who has been recommended for an appointment meet all the required requirements. So that's exactly what the DPSA does. And then again, they also monitor the implementation of the national framework towards professionalization of the public sector. So this is what they will be doing. In the 6th Parliament, it was not clear who should monitor the implementation of the national framework towards the professionalization. There was that confusion whether it should be the DPME, but now the DPSA, I think they've heard from the committee that they really need to play the role of monitoring the implementation of the national framework towards the professionalization of the public sector, whereas the DPMA role is to monitor the entire government with regard to the implementation of the medium-term development framework. And again, they've just, as I've indicated, I'll just touch only the most critical ones. Again, they will be monitoring the DPSA. They will be monitoring both national and province with regard to reducing backlogs on disciplinary cases, and then even monitoring departments in conducting lifestyle audit, which include reviews and investigations. And they will also monitor the implementation of the ICT norms and standard by national and provincial department. So these are some of the priorities for the DPSA over a 5-year period, honorable members. And then we'll then have National School of Government priorities, of which one of them is to strengthen the state capacity by enhancing governance and execution capabilities. And then they do that through education, training, and development programs to ensure the relevance in the rapidly changing environment. So with regard to the Center for Public Service Innovation, they will continue to facilitate innovation to improve efficiency and responsiveness and quality in the public service, and drives the uptake and scaling of test innovative solutions across government institutions. Then the Public Service Commission priorities is to ensure effective and efficient public service and administration. And then again, one of the and the passing of the Public Service Commission Bill into Act to strengthen oversight and expand mandate. So these are some of the 5-year priorities of the Public Service Commission. So, honorable members and honorable chairperson, this is where now our core business in terms of the drafting of our strategic objective will then begin. The rest, it was just a replication of from what members knows. But now this is where members will have to, if then you will allow me, chairperson, I will start with this part, and then maybe if members they want to make any inputs, then they can make an inputs on this particular section where we will be dealing with the strategic goal and the strategic objectives of the committee. The strategic goals of Parliament, there is nothing that we can change, but the strategic objectives, this is where the support staff are proposing that this will be our strategic goals, but these strategic objectives should be in line with the strategic goal of Parliament. The first strategic goal of Parliament is to drive legislative, is to enhance lawmaking and public involvement. So what we are proposing before this committee is that as our strategic objectives aligned to the strategic goal of Parliament is that this committee will then process and pass and amend bills to strengthen public service and administration, because our responsibility is to strengthen the public service and administration. So we are going to process that. That is the strategic objective. That is in line with the enhancing lawmaking and public involvement, and again will ensure executive implements public service and administration's laws and remains accountable. Like we were saying that when these reports come before the committee, this committee has got the responsibility to call or to invite any ministry to its committee and hold them accountable on the public service and administration laws. So that's exactly what we are saying, because we want those laws that DPSA or that are passed by the DPSA, because we are at the center of government, be implemented to promote good governance within the public service. And we have got 3 strategic objectives. The third one, under enhancing lawmaking and public involvement, the third one is to ensure legislative process or lawmaking reflects the voices of the citizens. It's a public participation process where in any legislation that is before the committee will ensure that members of the public, stakeholders, are invited to voice their concern with regard to the legislation, whether they are in favor or they are not in favor. But that's exactly what will then ensure as one of our strategic objectives for the committee. So in terms of lawmaking and public environment, we have got those three strategic objectives, honorable members. And then with regard to the strategic goal of Parliament, strengthening the oversight mechanism, we have got I think there are 5, if I'm not mistaken, strategic objectives to strengthen the oversight mechanisms. We are going to, and as one of our strategic objectives, we're going to ensure departments and entities, as well as the Public Service Commission, we'll just keep it as an entity because we've got only one entity. Departments referring to the DPSA, National School of Government, and then entity here referring to the Center for Public Service Innovation, as well as Public Service Commission, are accountable on the execution of mandates. And the second strategic objective is to promote transparency in operations and budgets and policy implementation. And we are still going to elaborate on these particular strategic objectives when we are dealing with the deliverables in terms of indicators and the targets. The third one is to oversee departments and the PSC in monitoring the implementation of building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. So that's exactly what this committee will be. We are going to oversee the departments that are, because the DPSA has got the responsibility to monitor this the interventions that are aimed of building a capable and ethical development, together with the National School of Government and the Public Service Commission. So that's the responsibility of the three departments, or two departments, including the Public Service Commission, to ensure that there's a monitoring of all interventions that government set itself to say they are going to build.
Julius?
Sure.
Sorry, we just lost you there for 20 seconds. You can just, if you can maybe just go again.
Okay. Let me just check my okay. Yeah. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I was on the strategic objective 3 of strengthening oversight mechanism, and then let me move to the fourth one is to oversee the development and implementation of the ICT norms and standards, as well as innovative solutions to enhance public service. That's one of the strategic objectives that this committee, we are proposing to the committee that we are going to do over the 5-year period. And then we are going to utilize this committee's strategic objective. One of the strategic objectives is to utilize PSC reports to promote accountability and good governance in the public service. And the last one is to conduct oversight visit in the public service, meaning the national and the provinces. Then with regards to the strategic goal of Parliament of improve international relations, we are proposing to the committee that our strategic objectives will only have 2 strategic objectives, which is to process international treaties relating to the sector and conduct study tours relevant to the committee mandate. And then with regard to the strategic goal of Parliament of improved public office appointment, we are going to ensure timely recruitment and the renewal process of national commissioner based on merit-based transparent process. So the emphasis there is to ensure merit-based, and then at the same time, all our processes will be transparent to members of the public so that they can see what decision the committee is taking with regard to the appointment and the renewal processes of the commissioners of the Public Service Commission. And then we have just added one goal, honorable member, that is not in line with the Parliament's strategic plan, but just to emphasize that we are going to build a capable and professional Parliament committee. So we only have 2 strategic objectives, honorable members: to provide efficient and effective committee work and ensure committee decisions are of national interest. So this is exactly what we are proposing to the committee. And with regard to the 5-year roadmap, honorable members, this is our roadmap, where then we are now talking in terms of targets on an annual basis. So the first target, in line with the strategic objective, the first, and then is to process and the pass and amend bills to strengthen public service and administration, as I've already indicated. And with regard to our indicator, in order to achieve that, because we always have to ask ourselves, how are we going to achieve that particular strategic objectives? we are going to, as an indicator, the committee is going to process, is going to amend and pass legislation. That's how we are going to realize our strategic objectives and strategic goal of Parliament of lawmaking and public involvement. So we then looked at our baseline. Our baseline here, members, we are referring to the bills that the sixth Parliament has already passed. So previously in the sixth Parliament, we've passed 5 bills. I won't mention them, but one of them is the ones that they are still coming before the committee. The others, there were 2 private members' bill that we also entertained during the sixth Parliament. So those are the baseline. So the baseline, even going forward, you must just bear in mind that is what has already been achieved in the previous term or in the previous Parliament. So we just have to highlight that. So it also gives give members a trend in terms of how are we doing with regards to the bills. We are not we don't normally pass a lot of bills in the committee, but if the bills come in, then we'll, I think the sixth Parliament and even the current Parliament, that's when we have got a number of bills that this committee will be passing. So we in the 2025 and 2026. This is based on what we know and what has been before Parliament. We have got 4 bills that are before us. The Public Service Commission bill that we have already, the 7th Parliament Committee has already processed the bill. And then we've got the Public Service Amendment Bill and the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill that are before Parliament, and they are in a process of being processed. And we recently received an insourcing bill. This is a private members bill that has been sponsored by one of the member, but is not a member of the committee, but from the economic freedom fighters. This is another bill that the committee will ceased to deal with that particular bill. And then we are saying in 2026-27, honorable members, is a proposal, everything that is a proposal from your support staff. We are saying we are going to process the insourcing bill in 2026-2027. So I will explain when you are dealing with the annual performance plan, how are we going to do that to achieve that? Why, at the same time, another member might ask why 2026, well, the bill has been tabled now. So it's just to elaborate the why the APP, I will do that. And 2027, 28, honorable members, there is no, from the department strategic plans and anyone who accounts to our committee from the executive, no, there is no any mention of a bill in 2027, 2028 in their strategic plans. And then even 2028, 2029, there's no bill. But however, we thought that towards the election time, there are so many things that members of the executive would like to table in Parliament. So we are just putting this in case if there's any private members bill or members of the executive, they might table any amendment to any legislation. So that's exactly what. And then in the last year of the election, we normally don't even Parliament. They don't encourage unless there's an emergency with regard to that particular bill. That's when they will say then the committee has to process that particular legislation. But we are not an emergent committee of emergency. We always guard against the public servants, and there's nothing the emergency with regard to the public servant. So that's and even the governance matters. So that's what is happening. So with regards to our strategic objectives, 2, in line with lawmaking and public involvement, we are going to ensure the executive implements the public service and administration laws and remain accountable. Our indicator, we're saying how are we going to achieve the strategic objectives? We are going to oversee implementation and adherence of the legislation passed. So we have got a number of legislation that Parliament has passed, including the amendments that are before us. Once they get processed and by Parliament back to the President to enact them to become the law, then we will still play that role of overseeing the implementation of the Public Service Act and the Public Administration Management Act, because the Public Service Commission Bill, we don't oversee, it's not implemented across government department, but it's about the governance of the Public Service Commission. So our main responsibility in terms of the legislation that we need to conduct oversight over is the Public Service Act and the Public Administration Management Act. So I'll move because this is the same across the 5-year plan. There's nothing in whatever year, so it remains the same. This is what the committee will do. And then again, with regard to strategic objective 3 of lawmaking and public involvement, of ensuring legislative process of lawmaking reflects the voices of the citizens. We are saying we are going to conduct a number of, this is what we, as an indicator, number of public consultations held on legislation. And this is what we want to achieve as our own indicator. We're going to hold that the public consultations. And as a baseline, as I've already indicated, we are just saying 5 consultations. 5, we're not quantifying the number of inputs that have been submitted per legislation, but we are just saying 5 based on the number of legislation that has been dealt with by the 6th committee and then the current committee in terms of our baseline. And then in 2025-2026, we held a public consultation on the Public Service Commission Bill. This is what we have already done, honorable members. But we are also anticipating in 2026-2027 to then, as part of processing the insourcing bill, to have public consultation in 2026-2027. Like as I've already indicated, I will then elaborate more when we are dealing with the APP. And then going forward, we are not going like as we have indicated, because this has to be in line with what we said earlier on with regard to the bills. We won't have any public consultation. Again, we'll then conduct public consultation in case if there's any bill tabled before the committee. The last financial year, like I've already indicated, we are also not going to process any bill, and then that is in line with what the department has already tabled. So you can see, honorable members, we have got 2 indicators here: number of stakeholders consulted per bill. We have tried to elaborate so that even our budget, when you will be saying why this budget on legislation looks thinner it looks like it's too much, then we can be able to justify ourselves when we'll be explaining the issue of the budget. So with regards to the stakeholders that we have normally consulted, you can see we have never even reached over 30 stakeholders per legislation. So we are always within 30. And then with the Public Service Commission, we only had 10 stakeholders that have submitted their inputs. So, and we are also anticipating with the insourcing bill also to have whatever the stakeholders that we might have, because in most cases our bills are more administrative in nature rather than social, rather than having a social responsibility. So like the social development and your human settlement. So our bills, in most cases, you find that they are more around public services. Only labor unions and certain entities that are interested. So we always have lesser. So we are just anticipating. We are not saying this is what, if we get more, the committee won't be able to entertain. But it's in line with what our baseline is telling us. So we don't have to preempt for something huge, whereas the baseline is indicating something different. With regard to the strategic or goal of strengthening oversight mechanism, honorable members, I will move with speed. Most of the targets on an annual basis, they are the same, but the strategic objective is to ensure department and entities, actually, I will still say entity, sorry for that again, entity as well as Public Service Commission are accountable. So what is our indicator there for us to be able to ensure the departments and entities are accountable? we are going to measure, this committee is going to measure performance against the mandate of the departments and entity, as well as the Public Service Commission. And our baseline with regard to that is to provide analytical reports produced by the content advisor and the researcher on stakeholder strategic plans and APPs. And then with regard to our targets over a 5-year period, we will continue to do that. When departments table strat plan and APPs, it is the responsibility of the content advisor and researcher to ensure that they assist members with regard to the analysis of the document, to check whether they are in line with the NDP medium-term strategic medium-term development plan and all other key documents that guide government in terms of delivering on their priorities, on delivering on their priorities. So is what is expected, that will be what will be expected from your research and content team. And then again, we are going to, as one of the
Tutu,
hello, Masi.
can I advise the person?
Yes, please.
Yeah, can we take a break so that you can get water or something like that? 10 minutes. Please,
Yeah, Julius, how far are you from finishing with this document? And we can schedule a break.
Can I just after this gold chairperson, then we can take 10 minutes. I don't know if it will be 5 minutes break if because we is online.
Yes,
So that we
no
can use
problem.
break.
No problem. So let's when you finish this goal, we can just pause for 5 minutes. Honorable Langa.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I thought maybe I'll get a response from Julius to your question as into how far with conclusion. Then maybe we can decide from that, like how many slides.
We-
I'm happy, Julius. If you how far are we from finishing with this presentation? How many pages or slides?
Yeah, we can finish it before 1:30, the Honorable Chair. If then we for this strategic plan, and then when we come back, then I present the APP if members would want to discuss both documents together, because they are is the brother and sister document, if I may say. So the other one will inform the other one.
Thank you. Honorable Malinga.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure whether I'm getting the relevant answer, because your questions, Chairperson, was straightforward. That's how far with the slides. I thought that Julius will tell us maybe he still have 4 or 5 or 10 slides, so that we will decide in terms of the proposal that was coming from Masi. But I don't get the relevant, I don't get the answer in terms of how far, whether there's still lots of slides that Julius will deal with it, or he's about to finish. That will be my take, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Malinga. Julius, I see that you did scroll down and count the pages. Perhaps you can just enlighten us, but if I understood you correctly, you feel confident that we will only go for another 7 or 8 minutes and finish by 1:30.
Yeah.
Can you just confirm?
Yeah, no, yeah. My target was maybe by 1:30, but since well members are engaged in that 1:30, maybe by 25 minutes to 12, then we'll be done with this strategic plan.
Members, if then following the inputs of Honorable Langa and Honorable Malinga, can I make the following proposal that we take just the next, it sounds like it won't be more than 10 minutes to finish with this presentation, and then we can take a 10-minute break. Is there any objection to that from the members? Okay, I see no hands. Julius, please please finish us off, and then we can take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, Chair. I will just run quickly because most of the targets over the years are the same. With regards to the report, we normally produce a report for the NA house when we are dealing with the tabling of the strat plan and the APPs of the department during the where we produce a budget vote reports. So with regards to the still on this particular okay, wait. Yeah, let me just pass here. Again, what we are saying, we are going to develop and adopt the 3B RRR reports and then account to the National Assembly House, because whatever that we do as a committee, we'll have to account back to the House. So it will remain the same members when over the 5-year period. And then one of the other strategic objective was to oversee departments and the PSC in monitoring the implementation of the building of capable, ethical, and developmental state. Our indicator is to reports tabled reports tabled by the DPSA and PSC on monitoring the implementation of intervention aimed at building capable and ethical state. So that's what the DPSA, NSG, and PSC will be reporting. That's what comes from what their strat plan and the APP. So as a committee, we are going to ensure tabling of monitoring report on the implementation of the framework by all national and provincial departments. So we will expect the DPSA and then the NSG and PSC to report on the monitoring report on the implementation of the framework for over 5-year period. So meaning each and every year we must receive this kind of report. And then again, one of the indicator, one of the target in line with that indicator, we're going to ensure the tabling of the report on the tenure of the accounting officer in the public service. So the DPSA should then inform the committee about the tenure of the accounting officers. As you know that in most cases, the DGs or HODs, they don't finish their term of office within their 5-year contract. So there's either a high turnover rate of the DG. So this is what we'll be observing and to understand. And this is in line with stabilizing political and administrative interface that is envisaged by the National Development Plan. Again, we then have to ensure that the PSA monitor compliance and account on the lifestyle audit in the public service, including reviews. So this is what the committee will be doing over a 5-year period. The lifestyle audit remain a key towards eradicating or minimizing corruption in the public service with the aim of doing away with corrupt practices within the public service. And then again, we're saying with regard to the indicator, the baseline, they've produced and accounted on the regulations to standardize the use of the Central Register for Verification of Disciplinary Processes across the sphere of government. This is in line with the disciplinary cases. This committee will then hold the DPSA accountable to provide reports on the monitoring of the utilization of the Central Register for Verification of disciplinary process against the public service in the public service. We are going to do that throughout a 5-year period because it's not a once-off project, but this committee will have to ensure that that department deliver on that. With regard to the baseline, they've already produced and hold departments accountable on the monitoring reports on disciplinary cases backlogs. So we will continue, since well we have indicated and we are aware that there is a serious backlog within the department on the disciplinary cases. So this committee will ensure the tabling of the monitoring reports on the disciplinary cases backlog throughout the 5-year period. And then we then had a new target. The new target is around oversee the implementation of the ICT norms and standard as well as innovative solution to enhance public service. So what will happen, Chairperson and honorable members? The committee will ensure that the DPSA account on monitoring the implementation of the ICT norms and standard in the public service, because they are responsible for developing such kind of norms and standard throughout the public service. Therefore, they will have to monitor and evaluate those norms and standards. The second one we are saying we're going the CPSI here developed and implemented 23 innovative research solutions as a baseline. This committee would continue to ensure oversight on the culture and the practice of innovative research solutions. So this is what we are going to do with the PSC. And then, as I've already indicated here, Chairperson, with regard to the reports of the PSC, that we are going to, as a committee, we are going to develop and table reports to the NA House to assist committee to hold departments accountable. So these reports, we are going to table them in the House. Like I've already said, that it's not only all reports that will be in the House, but the committee will make a decision which reports need to be debated in the House, though the PSC, they table such kind of reports. And with regard to the conduct of the oversight visit in the public service, we are anticipating to conduct 3 oversight visits and report finding to the National Assembly. This is 3 oversight is on an annual basis, meaning every year. And this decision was based on the fact that we have taken into cognizance that Parliament program has got oversight week every program, but there's 1 quarter that normally is shorter, so it is not possible to conduct oversight within that particular quarter. So, but we'll then elaborate when we are on the APP. With regard to the strategic goal, improve international relations, Chairperson and honorable members, we don't have any treaty that the departments have indicated that they are going to bring. But if there's any treaty that might come maybe in 2027, 28, because we are subjected to a review our strat plan on an annual basis, we will then amend based on the information that comes. But for now, we don't have any treaty, honorable Chairperson and honorable members. And then with regards to our indicator to conduct a study tour, we are saying we're going to institute a study tour relating to the mandate of the committee. The first study tour will be undertaken next year, where in relation to building a capable, ethical and developmental state. And the chairperson has already given us some homework to do some research around countries and come present a paper to the committee on countries that are doing well with regards to building a capable and ethical and development state, so that the committee can decide which countries or which country, international country, would they want to visit based on the facts that the research and the content will be bringing before the committee. With regard to the strategic goal of improved public office appointments.
Honorable Langa.
Apologies for interrupting you, Julius. No, I just did not get the last part on the international study tours, on what informs it. Apologies.
Yeah, what will inform the international study tour, Honorable Langa and honorable members? The chairperson has already tasked us. In the meantime, myself, because we don't have a researcher, but we are the parliament is in a process of appointing a researcher. But come the next quarter, meaning from October to December, the committee will then receive a briefing with regards to countries, not only one country, because we don't want to come to the committee and say there's a Singapore that is doing well with regard to building a capable and ethical and developmental state, whereas there's another country. So we'll have to provide case studies of countries that are doing well with regard to building a capable and developmental state. So that's exactly what it has been tasked. So we are going to do that, but the intention is that the committee will be undertaking a study tour in 2026 years, in the following year, not this year, but in the next quarter, we're going to present a paper to the committee in terms of these are the countries that when we are doing research, we found that they are doing very well with regards to building a capable and ethical and development. Then the committee will then decide based on countries, because the office of the House Chairperson won't allow committees to maybe to visit 3 countries or more than 2 Actually, in most cases, it's one country per study tour, but that's what will then happen. So that's what I was trying to explain, Honorable Lang.
Honorable Langa, is that clear?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Julius.
Okay. Then in terms of improving public office appointments, Honorable Chair and Honorable members and colleagues, we have indicated that we are not going to have any appointment recruitment in this term of Parliament, because all 5 commissioners have been appointed by the 6th Parliament, and what is due is only the renewal, and we have got one renewal in this financial year of one commissioner that is due for renewal. We are still going to deliberate on that particular aspect as a last agenda item for today. And then come 2026, 2027, we'll then have 4 national commissioners when the committee will be ceased to renew their contract, but we'll discuss that when we get there. So over the other years, then we are not going to renew any contract, honorable members. Then with regards to the last strategic goal of a capable and professional committee, we are committing, honorable members and chairperson, that we are going to provide efficient and effective committee work by providing quality minutes and reports within the required time. We are being given time by Parliament committee section that when you have got minutes, you have got 3 days to produce the minutes. When you've got the reports, we've got 8 days to produce any report. If it's a study tour report, within 8 days you should produce such kind of reports. So that's exactly what we are saying, in line with building a capable and efficient committee. And with regards to ensure committee decisions are of national interest, they will provide, as our target, will then provide research and content advisory service to the committee timelessly, so that the committee can make decision based on the national interest. So because if there's no any paper that guides the committee in terms of the direction, we might find that we are debating, and then the committee end up taking maybe a decision that are not informed by any paper or whatever, even though the committee has got these services. So that's what we are just emphasizing, that we will try our level best to assist the committee in terms of our support. So just quickly, Chairperson, I'm not going to read this risk and mitigation, because members had this document. If there's anything, they will then shout at a later stage. But just to quickly look at the budget, in terms of the budget allocation, then the speaker and the national, the speaker and has announced that each committees will be given a budget of 3 million. So this is our 3 million budget that has been given to us in this financial year, and we were not appraised about the medium-term budget going forward. So we will only work with the 3 million that has been allocated to us. In terms of the bills, honorable members, based on the scope of the bill that I've already alluded, we are proposing that we'll allocate 50,000 for the bills, and then we'll also allocate for the meetings, our meetings, 200,000 for our meetings, and oversight we are going for 1.5 million, and then the study tour we're going for 1.2 million. Then that's the budget allocation that we are proposing to the committee. With regard to the statutory appointments, we don't have any statutory, because most of the budget that goes to the statutory appointments goes to the adverts that we will be drafting on the media. And then so that's exactly what will happen. So we'll have only 3 million for this financial year. Thanks, Chairperson and honorable members.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kaba, can you please just mute your device? Honorable Kaba, please just mute.
No.
Can I just ask the committee staff to assist in just muting Honorable Kaba's device? Thank you. Um, honorable members, it is now 11:40. We will take a 10-minute break as agreed, and we will see each other again on at 11:50. I would advise that you don't leave the Zoom meeting, but that we stay on and that we just restart the meeting at 11:50, so in exactly 10 minutes. Thank you, members. I then adjourn this meeting for 10 minutes.
Yes, Chairman. Yes, Chairman. Yes. Chair? Chair?
Masi.
I think you can proceed, Chair, if it permits.
Yeah, Masi, I did tell the committee 11:50, so it's 2 minutes away. So I don't want maybe someone is just taking a body break or fetching some coffee. So I'm going to just wait 2 minutes. When it's 11:50, we can restart.
Okay, Chair. Okay, Chair. No problem.
Hello, Chair.
Honorable members, it is now 11:50. 10 minutes have passed, and we can now reconvene. Thank you for your patience. Julius, you can please proceed. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks again, Chairperson. Now we have moved from the strat plan. Now we're going to link our
Julius, Julius.
strat plan with our APP, meaning the APP is our annual plan.
Julius, you are not audible. You will have to relook your connection.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay,
Honorable
Chair.
Chair.
Can you hear me now, Chair?
Yes, that we can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, okay.
Through you, Chair, I can hear you as well.
Okay, Chair. What I was saying is that we are now linking the strategic plan with our APP of the committee. The first strategic objectives, I'm not going to read, as we have dealt with the key strategic objectives, and then the measurable objectives, and then the indicator. So, like I've already indicated, Chairperson, we we have got targets. These targets now, they are now quarterly. So meaning from what we've planned in 2025-26, we are now going to expand it to say, how are we going to do it on a quarterly basis? So with the first one was that the passing of the Public Service Commission bill. We have referred the bill to the National House in this first quarter, and the National House, because our main deliverable was to refer the bill to the National House. Then from there, the National House has got its own um, indicators in their strategic plan to refer any bill to the National Council of Province. So this committee cannot refer directly the bill to the National Council of Province, but we refer this bill to the National House, to the National Assembly House. And then on the third quarter, With the third quarter, we don't have anything in the second quarter. I mean, the second quarter of our financial year, is this quarter that we are going to. We have started the parliament committee meetings. Then we will then have a third quarter. The third quarter from October to December. We will consider consider amendments of the bill from the NCOP House for the Public Service Commission bill. And then on the fourth quarter, because these amendments, when they have been brought back, they are still processes that even the legal services should then follow to ensure that the amendments are well written and all of that stuff. There are a number of processes so that we cannot finalize them in quarter three. So, but the anticipation that we are proposing to the committee is that we will finalize this finalization of the bill, and refer the bill to the NA House. This is exactly what we are hoping that it will happen with regard to the Public Service Commission bill. And then we'll then, as part of also empowering members with regard to the Public Service Amendment Bill and the Public Administration Management Bill, we are planning to conduct a workshop on the Public Service Amendment Bill and the Public Administration Management Bill in the next quarter. In the next quarter, and again consider amendments from the NCOP House if the NCOP House would have finalized the bill. So we'll have a workshop and at the same time consider, because the reason for the workshop, we thought that most of the members, they are not aware, not to say we know that we have read the bills. Most of the members may not be aware of what these bills seeks to achieve. These two bills seeks to achieve, but I've already highlighted. So we thought that with the workshop, members, if they are empowered, and then come the consideration of the bill and then the adoption from the NCOP, then it will be much more easy for the members to be able to finalize this particular bill, these two pieces of legislation that are before National Council of Provinces, but they are still going to be referred back to our committee. So in the next quarter, the last quarter of the financial year, we are also planning to finalize these two bills and refer them to the National Assembly House. So these are those two bills that we are referring to. So we are, like I've indicated, then we are now expanding. And then we'll then conduct oversight on the implementation of the DPSA legislation. In the public service. So in the first quarter, we would have done this, conduct an oversight on the implementation, and then but this last quarter, in these two quarters, we are not going to have anything, because we will then expect the department to compile a report and then table the report on the implementation of the DPSA legislation in the public sector, because they have indicated that there's a culture of non-compliance. So we don't want that culture to continue, but to encourage the department to provide a monitoring report on all government departments with regard to the implementation of the legislation. So that will only happen in the last quarter of the financial year. Okay. With regards to the departments and entities, as well as Public Service Commission accountable to the committee, will as our target, will do an analytical reports to the members, and then and provide analyzed strategic annual performance plan for the sector. So that's exactly what we will do before, when the department have tabled the strat plan and whatever. So that one is once-off activity that normally happens in first quarter of the financial year, April to June. So that's what we will be doing. And then we will then adopt quality budget vote reports as one of our measurable objectives. And then we have already, this is our baseline, but our indicator, we want to develop and adopt 3 budget vote reports for the NA House. On the first quarter, we are going to approve budget reports produced And then after that, then this committee will then monitor implementation of the budget vote recommendations and track. And on the third quarter, we are tracking the implementation of the recommendations, where we'll have to come to the committee and say, this is a tracking tool for our recommendations. This is how far the department have achieved with regard to the recommendation that the committee would have adopted. And then on the fourth quarter, report on the implementation of the recommendations. Then we'll then report on the implementation of the recommendations as to how far the departments are implementing. And then these are just briefing meetings, honorable members. We are also targeting that this 30% will have 30% briefing meetings and in each and every quarter. And then the 10% briefing meetings is the quarter that I've indicated that in most cases, this quarter of August, September is always short. So meetings, we will have meetings, but not to say if there's we're given more additional weeks, we'll also have meetings on a weekly basis. So that's exactly what we are doing, so that we can even manage the issue of the budget that has been allocated to us. But that's exactly what we are anticipating to have meetings throughout the year. And then the minutes, I've spoke about the minutes. We're going to produce minutes within the 3 days after each and every meeting, meaning the 3 days will then kick in, where members will then have to receive. Normally we send the minutes to the chairperson within that 3 days, and then thereafter, then the meeting gets circulated to all honorable members. Then with regard to produce reports on the quarterly reviews. The quarterly reviews we are referring to every quarter. We are required by the legislation, even the PFMA and the Parliament, Parliament Financial Management, that we have to conduct quarterly reviews. Quarterly reviews are for us also for the committee as well as for the department. So we will be expected to produce quarterly reviews on a quarterly basis on our stakeholders. So we are going to conduct these quarterly reviews and produce a report for our committee for noting, so that these assist members in when they will be engaging on their annual reports, or to keep track on the performance of the departments towards the building of their annual reports. So that's exactly what we will be doing on a quarterly basis. And then we are also going to on this one, we're going to produce analysis on the annual reports. So that's the content and the research that will be doing that. I'm just trying to move fast. And then that is in relation to the annual reports. And then we'll then provide those analytical briefs for members to be able to engage with the department. And then we'll then develop and adopt the quality PRR reports within 8 days. So normally these reports we produce even lesser than 8, let's say 3 days or 4 days, because we are always ready when it comes to the production of these reports for the PRRR and the budget votes reports. So there's a hand, Chairperson.
Honorable Langa, I see your hand. Please proceed.
Apologies again to Mr. Julius. It's just the left column that is not clear. I'm not sure what happened, because in the earlier slides, it was showing. So now as you follow through to check on the strategy, one can't see the whole thing. No, thanks. It's fixed now.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Langa. Well spotted. Thank you, Julius. It's now correct.
Okay, no, thanks, and thanks, Honorable Langa and the Chair. Okay, with regard to the the indicator on we're going to review progress made on the implementation of the intervention aimed at building capable, ethical, and developmental state. So we are saying in terms of our quarters, we are going to ensure accountability of the monitoring tools by the DPSA, NSG, and PSC. So the monitoring tools, each and every department, including the PSA, they've got their own tools to measure, especially DPSA and the PSC. They've got tools, monitoring tools that they've been developed to monitor the implementation of intervention aimed at building a capable and ethical and developmental state. So every quarter we'll then have to invite the department to come brief the committee on the progress made with regard to the interventions that are being implemented across the public service of building a capable and developmental state. So this will be done on a quarterly basis. So meaning our program for the quarterly basis, we would expect to have such kind so that we don't lose track and focus on our core mandate of the committee. So, and then again, we're going to report on the lifestyle audit in the public service. What we're going to do in this financial year, the committee will oversee the implementation of the lifestyle audit for senior management. And then we'll also in the fourth quarter, we'll receive an update on the monitoring report of the lifestyle audit in the public service. So in the quarter of August to December, the committee will invite the DPSA and then other relevant. Remember, even we have the extension of the SIU. And even Gauteng, if you remember members when we were on oversight, the Gauteng had a completely different approach as compared to the guidelines. So that's exactly what we also want to receive from the province with regard to the lifestyle audit. So we are going to ensure that in this particular quarter, we're getting a full report and members can be able to hold government department accountable based on the outcome of that particular report. So on the other indicator, the DPSA to provide reports on the monitoring of the utilization of the sun. We have already highlighted this. We are not going to have any activities here because this has to be informed by what the DPSA has already tabled in their annual performance plan. So they are going to provide a report in the third quarter. So it will be advisable to this committee that we cannot expect a report that will be developed in the third quarter of the DPSA to be tabled before our committee, but rather we put this in the fourth quarter, where we are saying we are going to ensure that DPSA provides report on the monitoring of utilization of the central register for verification of disciplinary process against public servants. So that will be achieved in the fourth quarter, where we're getting this particular kind of a report. And then again, we're going to ensure tabling of the monitoring reports on the disciplinary cases in the public service. So this is what we're going to do. In this quarter, we're supposed to ensure tabling of the monitoring reports on the disciplinary cases backlog in the public service. And we're then anticipating that if the report has got transgressors, the committee should invite those departments that are not doing well with regard to disciplinary cases. So that's what can be done throughout the quarters, so that we emphasize the importance of department concluding on the disciplinary cases in the public service. The issue of the oversee the implementation of the ICT norms and standard. We have got targets on quarterly basis. We are going to monitor the implementation of the digital transformation and replication of innovation solution in the public service. And then in the last quarter of this financial year, we are going to receive an update on the implementation of the digital transformation and replication of the innovation solution in the public service. And then we are also anticipating develop and that is our baseline. Let me just check here. Okay, I think that has to do with the public service, ensure oversight on the culture and practice of innovative research solution for implementation. So that's exactly what we will do. Like I've indicated, that some of the innovation solutions that have been discovered. They are not being replicated across all 9 provinces, or maybe if it is for national, but for all, let's say from now, specifically for all 9 provinces, like I've already alluded. So we would have to encourage that the CPSI needs to come up with a better strategy to replicate this innovative solution. So that's what the committee will be doing. And then with regard to utilize PSC reports, we're going to hold departments accountable on the PSC reports and refer for debates in the National Assembly House. So that's exactly what this committee will be doing. Instead of getting reports and ends at the committee level, we need to elevate the work of the commission so that the work of the commission can be popularized and be well known, and maybe some of the departments need to be named and shamed with regard to how they conduct themselves within the public service. So we'll then have our strategic objective: conduct oversight visit in the public service. We are planning, honorable members, to conduct an oversight as on each and every quarter, like 3 quarters. So in the quarter three, like I always say, is from October to December. There is an oversight week, first week of November. We anticipating to undertake that oversight in KwaZulu-Natal province and produce a committee report when we come back within that 8 days that we spoke about. And then on the quarter 4, we also have an oversight visit to province and produce a committee report. We didn't indicate, honorable members, which province to be in the 4th quarter to be visited, but we just left it open so that the committee can then decide at the right time. But for now, we'll just put it so that we know that we are going to have an oversight normally somewhere end of March of the financial year. So we'll have that oversight. And then with regard to international relations, Honorable Chair and honorable members, we, as I've indicated, we don't have any treaty before this committee in the next financial year, so we are not going to have anything. And then with regard to the study tour that Honorable Langa was asking, then we are trying to explain more further to say what would happen for us to achieve to see members of the committee going on a study tour. We are going to develop a concept paper for study tour in the 3rd quarter. That is the deliverable that should happen. And then we then present the concept paper for the study tour to the committee. I think that should happen early January so that members of the committee and even our colleagues, Ms. Ndombi and Mr. Siveko can start with the commencement of preparation for the study tours. Normally, in the parliament, the study tours are taken during during the break. Forgot the word. During the recess period. So then members would have to indicate when would they like to go for the study tour. That will happen early January so that we apply, and then we know that we'll then get an approval, because now there's a budget allocated for each and every committee. So that's exactly what will happen. So with regard to improve public office appointments, we are going to, there's no baseline because we don't have recruitment. We didn't plan for any recruitments for this financial year. We are then going for a process of renewal of the commissioner post. We have got 1 now currently before the committee. And then we are then planning that in the next quarter, after recess of September, we are going to deliberate and adopt the report on the renewal for the National Assembly House. So that's exactly what would happen. And then with regard to a capable and professional committee, honorable members, we're saying we're going to develop and adopt committee minutes and reports within the specific time frames that have been given, and we'll also produce timers briefs for the committee, I think throughout all quarters, so that the members can be able to look into what we are saying to them and then make proposals. So this is that budget that I've highlighted. If members follow, we said in terms of the bills, we have budgeted 50,000, and then that 50,000 in the quarter three, we're going to spend that 10,000. That 10,000 is to process those bills, and then the workshop that we are not going to spend more than that. It's just for snacks. And then on the quarter four, the 40,000 honorable members that we have put in here for the bills is for that insourcing bill. Because we have to advertise the legislation for almost three national national newspapers. So that 40,000 would be taken by the adverts, so that come the next financial year, then we are in a process of deliberating on the bill together with those who have submitted the inputs. So that's exactly what the 40,000 is all about. And the meetings, like we got the guidance from Ms. Tia and Dompi and Mr. Sibeko that roughly in our meetings, how much do we spend when we've got a physical meetings? Unlike the virtual meetings, we don't spend any budget, but with the physical meetings, then this budget was informed based on the physical meetings, then the cost that we incur when we have got a physical meetings. So that's exactly what we have planned for it in each and every quarter. Is 50,000. And then with regard to the oversight, the previous oversight that we have undertaken to Gauteng, I believe it has costed us over 470 something thousand. So now we thought that maybe per oversight, let's plan for 500,000. But we understand the provinces are unique, like the KZN is huge in terms of the geographical spread, but we will try when we plan for oversight to make sure that we take into consideration the issue of travel so that we don't travel for longer distances when we are on oversight. Yeah, but not to say we are limiting members not to reach other areas, but we will try to manage the funds that are allocated to this committee. And then with regard to the study tour, it's like I've indicated, it's 1.2. So that 1.2 will then be sufficient enough to cater for the members to undertake the study tour, but not enough for all members to go because of but even now the tradition within Parliament is that they say normally the practice 6 members or the 6 members of the committee that will travel for a study tour, and then the committee will just have members among themselves will have to agree, because we have planned for 2 study tours or 3 study tours in terms of our strat plan. Then members will then keep on rotating in case the office of the chairpersons they are strict in terms of the numbers that have to undertake a study tour. But in most cases, even from the support staff, it's only one official that will have to travel with the committee. So that's what we are just indicating, so that members, they should not be surprised when a planning of the study tour comments. Then we are aware of this kind of risk that we have already identified. And then the statutory appointments, we don't have anything. And then this is the end, honorable members, of our strat plan and the APPs. I believe the 2 documents are linked to each other. If there's no any linkages, members will shout, and if there's any additions through you, chairperson, members will also then will have to go back to the drawing board with the entire support staff and then make inputs based on what members would want to see. I thank you, chairperson.
Thank you very much, Julius. Much appreciated. Members, I would just like to say that as a general comment on all of these strategic plans and the budgets which we've seen now, they are guidelines and a plan which we submit to comply with the request from Parliament and specifically from the House Chairperson. But as you would have also heard from Julius, there's an annual review of the complete plan, the goals, the targets, the budget, where we will have a formal opportunity to review any of our goals and any of our plans and any of our budgets, but also They serve as a guideline and not as a absolute law. Whatever we need to get done, whether it be a oversight visit or a study tour, whether it's meetings, we still need to approach every event with a plan and a justification in terms of the strategic goals which has been presented to members. Um, and we still need to make a case for every expense and every event which the committee will partake. So there is, what I'm trying to say is there is some flexibility in the system, and we're not necessarily completely limited by the strategic plan. It, however, serves as our guide and our commitment to Parliament that this is the goals and this is the targets and this is the budget which we will work against. And if we want to change anything, then we as a committee need to sit at whatever appropriate time that we need to change anything, and we need to reconvene on it. With those few comments from myself, before I give over to members to ask their questions, Julius, just from my side, it's a lot of information. It has really been well put together. And from myself as chair, I really do appreciate all of the time and trouble that has gone into this document, and I really do welcome the presentation from your side. Members, I now give over to you to deliberate, to ask questions on any of the documents that was flighted here. And we will start off with Honorable Langa, whose hand is up. Honorable Langa, please take us away.
No, thank you very much, Chair, again for the opportunity. And Chair, let me maybe also join you in appreciating all the hard work put behind the preparations of this presentation by Julius and the team. It is kind of a bit of work to consume at once, but you also appreciate that we were supplied by the relevant documents earlier as well. I don't have really questions per se, but it's just clarity seeking rather questions. The first one will be, maybe I missed it from the presentation, maybe on the past challenges from the previous administration on the PSA committee that remain unresolved, and maybe on the plan this time around to try and address such. And then number two is on the very last slide. I think the funding expenditure caught my attention. I don't know, maybe if we are at liberty to get a breakdown in terms of this expenditure, then maybe one can try interrogate it from there when we've gotten the breakdown. Yeah, that's about it from me, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Langa. Honorable Space, it's your turn. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm currently on oversight in the Northwest, so if everything looks a bit blurry, my apologies. First of all, allow me to thank you for a warm welcome to the committee and also to my colleagues. Thank you very much. It's not always easy to transition from one committee to another. Luckily, I think the personality that I have makes it much more easier for me. So yes, it's a lot of information for me. It's overwhelming, but there's one or two things that I would just like to have clarity on and maybe just highlight. I think the first one, Chair, is the one on the objective that handles with the enhancement Okay. Enhancing lawmaking and public involvement. I just want to ask with regards to that, when it comes to the Public Service Commission, I want to understand how often do they appear in front of the committee? And the reason why I'm asking this is that I have the opportunity or the privilege of being in a meeting that was organized by the Public Service Commission with all commissioners present in my constituency. I was quite impressed with the manner in which it was done, but also the information that was solicited from the audience that was there and the way it was handled, which could be of great value for us. And I know that that what happens with those is when I heard that you presented is that those those reports goes to committees. I would strongly want us to obviously first deal with it as a committee if it's possible. I don't know. I'm still new because it cuts across most of the departments. And I was very impressed with how the commissioner handled it, but also the inputs from other commissioners. So that's one that I would like to know because I do believe that public involvement is crucial. Then a second one, Chair, is just to the budget and the costs. I look at the oversight costs and I would like to just maybe highlight the following. Currently being on oversight in my committee that I used to be in and ending or concluding tomorrow, is that what we found is we've cut a lot of costs because what we've done, and I think if there is capacity, is that we are currently having one of the drivers from Parliament with our protection unit, which we just hired a car and obviously drive with our own drivers, and it cut huge costs on the side of our standing committee. Not all of the committees did it that is with us here, but it's extensive cuts on costs, and it's something we should maybe look at. I know that the protection services might not have the capacity, or Parliament might not have the capacity of drivers, but it's something worth looking at. In general, Chair, I'm just familiarizing myself with all the documentation that I've received. So I would not want to make a lot of input. On time to come, I will. But for now, I want to appreciate the information that was shared with us, the presentations made by our support staff, and under your chairmanship. Thank you very much. And that is all from my side for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Space. Valuable inputs, as well as Honorable Langa. Thank you for your valuable input. I see no further hands. Julius, you can proceed to maybe just answer the questions. Thank you. Well, Julius, maybe just hang on. I see Honorable Khaleesi has just put up her hand. I know she's also on oversight, but Honorable Khaleesi, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I tried to find a quiet space. Chair, I'm glad. I'm glad. One of the things that makes me happy right now is that the goal of this committee has once again been clarified, which is to make and fix laws. So we have a responsibility to update old laws and create a professional and corrupt-free public service. But Chairperson, this has not happened. You know, I was at a strategic session yesterday on communications, and what I established from there is that a lot of our laws are outdated. So you find out that you sit with entities and you try to interrogate and understand from them why they are not doing their job, why they are not doing their work. And you find out that, you know, the policies that are in place, the laws that are in place, they're not accommodating now, because you find out that these are laws that maybe were set or put in place like 30 years ago. And I think, Chair, there needs to be a way. I don't know how this committee would come in, but with the clarity that we have found, I think there should be a way where we ensure that, these laws are reviewed and we see if they work, and we make sure that we capacitate what needs to be capacitated for a working government. Because now we are faced with a state and entities that are collapsing because the laws are outdated. I think in majority of our states, our entities, the laws are just outdated. We also have a responsibility to watch the government, Chairperson, to ensure that the departments are spending money properly. And I know it's a year for most members of this committee, but I want us to know that that is our responsibility, to ensure that we have a problem of government spending money in a way that they're not supposed to. They're spending money, they are corrupt, and you find out that in a way that they are spending this money, they are spending it for themselves than to push issues of service delivery. So we have a responsibility to ensure that the government is spending money properly, following the very laws that we make, and we make sure that there is a delivering of services effectively. And this is not happening, and it would be sad for this committee to exist if those things are not happening, if we're not delivering even on what we're supposed to deliver. If there is still corruption without consequences, there needs to be consequences. And I think the last year, it's one of the things that we were talking about and emphasizing as members of this committee, that we need transparency and there needs to be consequences. We need to fight corruption, Chairperson, specifically by monitoring these lifestyle audits. I know we throw it in every now and again, but we need to make sure that these work. It is our responsibility to check if these officials, like their wealth, match their salaries, and we need to make sure that we push to clear the backlogs in the disciplining of these officials that are corrupt. We cannot be a symbolic committee chair, but we need to serve as a what do you call it, as an effective watchdog. We can't just be another committee that is not delivering on what we need to be delivering. I want us to leave a legacy and be a committee that is remembered for pushing for public service, where people are hired based on merit and skills. There is a story that broke, I think yesterday or 2 days ago. There is an issue right now in the Department of Social Development, where the former head of communication is exposing the minister in that department. And one of the issues that she raises, Chairperson, is that the minister made and employed her family member as a chief of staff. And this is what we're dealing with. I mean, it's not an isolated case in these departments. What these ministers and what these politicians are doing in the departments. And we cannot sit and fold arms when we are dealing with issues like that, and there are no consequences, because it is like now has become a normal. So we need to know as a committee, what do we do to deal with issues like that? And the GNU promises a capable, ethical state, but I think we also need to define what is ethical, because a lot of things that is happening and is done by our officials, there's nothing ethical about them, and we can't just sit and watch when those things happen. I'm glad that the plan mentions mentions the insourcing bill as a priority. I agree with that. I want us to be specific and have these non-negotiable contents of this bill. We must agree that it must guarantee that all outsourced workers in the public service, like we're talking cleaners, security guards, and gardeners, are permanently employed. with full benefits, with a living wage. And maybe we can go as far as saying even payback for the years of exploitation. I don't know. It's something that we need to look at. But I think I raised this, Chair, because it is our responsibility to look at our people, at the poor, and to make sure that they get the services that they deserve. And the plan does emphasize the merit-based appointments, but how do we as a committee distinguish between this, because there's an ANC's failed policy of cadre deployment. That's why we keep having these cases. I mean, before we went on recess, there was a whistleblower on Senzo Mchunu who, employed someone, escalated, I think, 6 levels even, So how do we as a committee distinguish between the ANC's failed policy of cadre deployment and introduce a genuine policy that seeks to redress, these gender inequalities and by appointing like competent people? And these are the things that we need to ensure that they are working as a committee. So I just wanted to raise those issues, Chair, to say as we start again, after this recess we have as a committee, and we are introduced with, the strategies, and we were working on our APP, that we need to also just reflect on why we exist and what we need to do, and the legacy maybe we need to leave behind as a committee. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Very important comments on our oversight and our legislative responsibilities. I note it and I welcome it. Julius, I see no more hands. You are welcome to just comment and answer the questions that have been asked.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chairperson. Just to answer the question raised by Honourable Langa, with regards to the previous challenges that the committee, this committee has encountered. If you look at the legacy report, I think we have highlighted of which one of the issue, one of the challenge that this committee used to experience with regards to the oversight. We were sort of been limited to undertake oversight visit, like lots of committees. But now, with this current parliament, and then I think the office of the chair of chairs, they've came up with a clustering of committees, whereby we have been clustered as committees to undertake an oversight. So no committee has been left behind, of which I think that is trying to address a situation where some committees have been given preferences to undertake oversight, and then others, they are not even conducting any oversight. So because it's not like as if committees, we just want to conduct oversight for the sake of conducting oversight or being in provinces, but it is the constitutional responsibility that each and every committee, because we are the extension of the House, that we conduct oversight over the executive on the implementation of our laws, our policies and programs. So that was one of the challenges that was there, including the challenge on the international study tour. The last time this committee undertook a study tour, I think that was somewhere in 2011, if not 2012. So, but we have been knocking in the door of the House chairperson, but then with the applications, but then it always got rejected without any reasons. But I believe with this allocation of budgets, that will also be addressed. And then and the other thing that we have raised, even the legacy report from the previous members when we're knocking for international study tours, that it's advisable that the study tours are undertaken at the beginning of the parliament, because what is the use of undertaking a study tour towards the election year? Because if we are saying we're going to conduct a study tour on building a capable and ethic and developmental state, members should, when they come back, when they are holding ministers accountable, be able to contribute to the development of the government policies based on the lessons that they've been learned when they were undertaking study tours. So we have emphasized that at least the first the beginning of the term of parliament, this is how this study tour should be conducted, and all committees should be allowed to conduct international study tours. So that then they are empowered, and when they are holding members of the executive accountable, they know exactly, they can benchmark with other countries that are doing well with specific aspects. So that's exactly what we used to encounter. But in terms of any other things, this committee, we can invite any department to come, as long as it's in relation to the mandate of the Committee of Public Service and Administration that is guided by the Public Service Act and the Public Administration Management Act. So we can invite any department to come and account to this committee on governance matters. So that's exactly what we normally used to invite the department around that. So with regard to the budget breakdown, Honorable Langa, we can provide more additional breakdown in terms of when you are talking about the bills. This is how much we'll be spending on an advert, or based on the baseline of the previous advert. Together with meetings, we do have such kind of information, but here it was just to roughly give a total amount, to say if we're going to have in quarter 3, you're going to have 10 physical meeting currently, because the budget, if you look at the budget of 3 million, if we're physical in parliament, it was not going to be sufficient to cater for our meetings on a weekly basis. So, but we thought that in the meantime, we know that per meeting, Ms. Dia has indicated per meeting we are roughly spending, forgot the amount, but it's not more than like 7,000. So a physical meeting. So in terms of the food and whatever, because with the venue, we are always in parliament, or maybe in the Public Service Commission boardroom. So that's where then we spend money on only on the catering. So we'll also provide a detailed breakdown in terms of how much are we spending per meeting based on our previous baseline. And then even the oversight, I've indicated that the previous oversight we spent around 471,000. So we thought, well, let's cap it within 500, so that we know we would then be planning within the 500,000 per each and every oversight. And then the study tour, like I've indicated, that the last time we've taken a study tour, this committee, I was not even here, but there was a study tour that was undertaken. So we have benchmarked this 1.2 with committees that have already undertaken a study tour, but with only 6 members and 1 support staff. So that's exactly what this budget caters for in the meantime. But if then the House Chairperson change the numbers of members and allow because previously members of the committee used to go as the whole team, but now due to the budget constraint, then they have to cut the numbers. And then again, just to go to I think even my colleagues will assist. The budget on this budget is mainly for the committee. When you say mainly for the committee, is the budget for the committee. The honorable spies indicated about the budget on the hiring of car.
Please, sorry, Chair, to interrupt. Please. Not
Honorable
spice.
Speaker?
Oh, space. Okay, sorry
Please, not
for that.
spice,
Space.
please.
Okay, sorry for that, Honorable Space. Okay, sorry for that. Yeah, Honorable Space. Yeah, you have indicated that you are now on oversight. Then there's a hiring of a car. What we want to indicate to you is that the budget for a committee is a budget for committee. There are other supporting units from Parliament that they utilize, like your communication. They utilize their own budget. So, but this is for committees, for the members, is for the committee, including us as a support staff. I think we have 3 or 4, but then other unit, they have their own budget that has been allocated. If the hire car is not within this budget that has been allocated. And then the PSC and the PSC honorable chairperson, they often come to our committee. We make sure that every quarter we balance all stakeholders, and the PSC is a partner to this committee in terms of giving the committee instruments for conducting oversight. So almost every time the PSC is part of this committee in terms of when we are inviting them to come and brief the committee on whatever committee that would want to get from the PSC, so that they often come to this particular committee. And even the issue of their public participation, they normally conduct programs where they engage with the members of the public on their own, and then they come account to the committee, because whatever that they do, they account to Parliament, and the Parliament have assigned the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration for the PSC to be accountable for whatever activities that they do to this particular committee. So the PSC, they are partner, they are our strategic partner towards holding the executive members accountable, if I may say that. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Julius. I see the hands of Honorable Langa.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, again for another bite. But it's just a follow-up on maybe the concern around the budget. The one that is is flighted right now. I don't know, Chair. I'm just worried and concerned on the expenditure per se, both on meetings and on oversight, and also concerned on the estimation, maybe on the international study tour as well, because if on local oversight we can spend 500,000, then the numbers to me don't make sense if it's going to be 1.250, even if you reduce the numbers of the committee members that might be traveling. So, but that is not also the only concern. The numbers on oversight, Chair, if we're, but maybe like I had proposed, Chair, it's better to interrogate when you have the numbers before you than just assuming, because, Honorable Spees raised a very important points in terms of cutting the budget, those seem to be, I don't want to say exorbitant, but without the expenditure, the breakdown expenditure, it would be unfair for me again to make judgment on it. But from where I look now, it really does not make sense. And also, the estimation on on the food or rather refreshments that we have on when we have meetings again, if the estimate is about 7,000-8,000 rand, for committee members of about 6, 7, 8, to me it seems to be somehow way out of what we possibly consume. So, but maybe if I can check with Julius, when can we have that breakdown budget so that one speaks from an informed perspective, because like Honorable Delisha said, we are supposed to be leading by examples, so these numbers need to make sense to us as well before they're interrogated by anybody else. So maybe, I don't know, Julius, when can you share this budget so that we are able maybe to also interrogate it? Yeah, thank you, Chair. I hope I'm making sense. I'm just preparing to leave now. Thank you.
No, Langa, Honorable Langa, I very much appreciate your inputs. I think it is super important, and I agree with you that we must spend our money as wisely as we can. If I can just add to your comments, I think something which our committee has been really good at is we have used almost no outside venues except that which was provided for us for free by the public, by the PSC, when necessary, when we couldn't find venues in Cape Town. And we really don't splash out on catering. For our meetings, we just make sure that members have a good snack and some fruit. And we I don't think we cater excessively. So I think we are probably very good. We can probably save a lot of money on our meetings alone. But I also just want to say that the oversight visits, if you consider we're 11 members, and we take the staff along, so that's probably 4 or 5. So let's say it's around about 15, 16 people. It's a week long. And we have to be flown. All 16 people have to fly to the province. All 16 people have to stay in hotels every night. All 16 people have to eat 3 meals a day. So you can see how a local, or I can imagine at least how a local oversight visit for 16 people over a week, flights, hotels, food, can easily reach 500,000 rand. And I think the amounts here, if I understood Julius correctly, has basically been baselined against what oversight visits cost other committees and ourselves, and what study tours have costed other committees, which is probably the right way to look at it. Julius, so my question would be, if we apply for our study tour, but we have shown that we have cut expenses, as Honourable Spes has also said, there are innovative ways to try and bring down our costs. But then I think we can probably rework the budget at that stage, to make sure that we have the right amount of money for every item we need to go for. So maybe you can just comment, Julius, on how bound are we to this budget? How much can we work with it? Thank you.
Yeah, no, you are right, Chairperson. There is a flexibility of shifting of budget in case, let's say, for the meetings, we've got let's say 80,000 out of the meetings in the last quarter. I'm just giving an example, or maybe 100,000. We can take from that, and if, let's say, the international study tour is costing more than what we have budgeted for, including our oversight visit, there's a flexibility of shifting funds that is allowed, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. So for now, it's just to say, out of this 3 million, this is what we are going to split it in terms of our activities. But if there would be a budget remaining on a particular item, and then the committee wants to conduct an oversight visit, we can still shift funds from an item on the bills, if you are not going to spend on bills, to whatever activity that the committee would want to undertake. So that's my inputs, Honorable. I believe is like that, and then I think Masi and Dombi, they will also add if then maybe there's something that or I'm misleading the committee, but they can add on this particular aspect because they are the ones that are always in charge of the budget all the time. So, but that's exactly what I know, that there's some level of flexibility. We can shift funds from one item to another.
Thank you, Julius. Masi or Ntombi, is there something you would like to add to those comments?
No, generally, it's how these things are going. It's more or less important that in terms of can you hear me?
Sorry, you just broke up there, Masi, if you can just go again.
No, I'm trying to say that it's very important that more of those things.
Yes, no, thank you very much. Just in terms of the request from Honorable Langa for detailed breakdowns for the oversight visit and the study tour, Julius, apologies if you have already answered this. And Honorable Malinga, I see your hand, so I will give you an opportunity when I've finished. I will assume that there are not really detailed cost expenses yet for these numbers, but you've just based them on the numbers on the baseline numbers you've received. But in saying that you will present us with a detailed budget before we go on oversight and before we go on study tour, just so that we can answer that from Honorable Langa.
Yeah, no, you are right, Chairperson. What we can do based on the baseline information that we are having in front of us, because now we are still going to, if members, we're still going to adopt these reports, and I think in our next meeting, the fiscal meeting that we'll be having in Cape Town, what we will do prior to that, we'll then give a breakdown when you talk about bills. These are activities and how much did the committee incurred in terms of expenses on bills and meetings and even the previous oversight. And then for the study tour, we will just benchmark with other sister committees that have already undertaken the study tour in the previous term of parliament, then so that members can have an idea of why are we basing our numbers based on the baseline, and then we'll be able to understand. But we'll then provide that before the end of this week, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry,
Honorable,
Chair. I think Ntombi wants to say something. She just sent me some because she's the one who have given me the figures. If you allow him, Chair, through you, Chairperson, so
yes,
that
just give me one chance quickly. I just want to establish whether Honorable Malinga still wants to say something. I see his hand is down. Honorable Malinga, are you covered?
No. Thank you, Chair. I'm covered.
Okay, great.
I was much more trying to concentrate in the breakdown, but the answer from Julius, I'm covered. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Ntombi, please go ahead. Ntombi?
I don't know if Mazi, can you unmute Ntombi if you can? Okay, Chair, I think okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, Masip.
Okay, Chair. I think Tutu's got the right to coordinate.
Okay, Chairperson, I think what I've just, I don't think it will change anything, but we will work together to provide a detailed breakdown with regard to, because Ntombish is unable to, we are trying to unmute her, but unfortunately we can't do it from our side. She has to do it from her side. So what we will do when we will be presenting, maybe she will, during the fiscal meeting, then she will be able to say something with regard to budget breakdowns and then detailed budget, because she's the one who was assisting us with regard to this particular aspect. If you allow us, Chairperson, then we'll go back to the drawing board and provide the committee with a detailed breakdown, possibly by next week, Monday. We'll definitely provide the committee with a detailed breakdown on what informs this particular budget. Then that's what we are asking from you, Chairperson and honorable members.
Thank you very much, Julius. I think that will satisfy all members of the committee. Members, with that, if I don't see other hands, I think we can move on with the agenda if there are no objections. Okay. Julius, who will be handling the next agenda item? Will it be yourself as well?
Yeah, but yeah, I will handle it, Chairperson Mercy. Please project I'll stop sharing, just project the referral from the Speaker's office so that I can talk to it. Are you winning, Mercy?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. So, the Honorable Chairperson and Chairperson, members.
Sorry, Mercy, I couldn't follow what you just said. Are you busy flighting the letter from the PHC first?
Yes. I'm going to the document.
Okay, we can't see anything yet, so we're still waiting.
All right.
Okay, Chair Mercy, I've got it. From my side.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, let me just. Okay. Okay, Chair, and honorable members, the committee has received a referral from the Speaker of the National Assembly I'll just read the heading of the referral. Is a notification of end of term of Commissioner Somadoda Fikeni, Prof of the Public Service Commission, and request for consideration of renewal of term. So, as we have indicated, Chair, that even on the documents I was presenting, that we are only going to deal in this term of Parliament. We're only going to deal with the renewals subjected to the outcome from members, because members still have to debate and then convince one another, not to say to debate, but convince one another in terms of the renewal processes. But you know your commissioners, honorable members from National PSC. So the term of office of Professor Somadoda Fikeni is coming to an end on the 31st January 2026. So currently the Professor Fikeni is designated as a chairperson of the PSC, and then here is just to highlight the relevant section of the Constitution that a fit and proper person with knowledge and experience, of which we believe that the prof has got such knowledge and is fit and proper. But I'm not saying it's not for me to make such a determination, honorable members. I'm just reading here. And then what the speakers as office they are highlighting to the committee is that the committee need to start with the process of the renewal of the contract of Prof. Fikeni as a commissioner for the Public Service Commission. So this is the letter that will be sending. It has been sent to members. I believe members have read it. They've tried to also motivate on this letter why the renewal and all other aspects. Maybe if members have got their own different views, then they will engage. But what the speakers this letter seeks to was just to highlight that the current chairperson of the Public Service Commission has served the commission with distinctions and the people of South Africa. So that's exactly what has been highlighted in this letter. But what is key is that we have to be mindful that come the 31st of January 2026, the contract is coming to an end. And with the previous experience that we had in this committee, the committee took time to renew a contract of another commissioner. And then when we are about to embark on a process of renewal, and then the legal services, they advised the committee that you can't renew the contract that has ended. So there's no contract to renew. So it means that if the committee will renew the contract of Commissioner Fikeni, it has to be before we have to write to the president, to the National Assembly House, for either to renew or not to renew early, somewhere in October, of which in October, immediately when we'll be adopting the budget reports, I mean the BRRR reports, we will then table a report, but that will be based on whether members agree with the spirit of this letter to renew the contract of the commissioner of the national chairperson of the Public Service Commission. So we'll be guided by that, and then on come the October, then we'll have to table a report based on the decision that the committee would have taken. I thank you, Chairperson. If there's anything, I will come back.
Thank you, Julius. What is unclear to me is exactly what the process is we as committee now need to follow. But I think there will be no objections from any of the members if I say that it is of utmost importance for us as a committee that we do not want to drag our feet in this matter, and that we would like to begin the renewal process formally and as quickly and efficiently as possible. So please guide us, Julius. What do we as a committee do next in terms of the legislated steps to follow?
Yeah, I think to follow the process of the renewal, Chairperson, is for the members, if I think should be based on the performance of the current commissioner. But we are not like they don't submit the performance contract. They don't have performance contract. I don't know if they do have, but there's nothing that will say you can judge a commissioner's performance based on his or her performance, because currently the commission, as they say they work collectively. So it means that if we have to judge the performance of the commission or of the current chairperson, it has to be based on the work of the commission, not on an individual, because we have seen their reports. Yes, they do give each other task in terms of overseeing specific departments. They've been divided in terms of overseeing national the departments at the national level, and then that's how then the committee can look at that to say, are we satisfied since they've been in their office? Are we satisfied with the work of the commission, of which I believe that the work of the commission always assists our committee to hold the members of the executive accountable. So that's the reason. But there's no any mechanism where we can say, here's a performance assessment that we have been using, let's use that. But I mean, it's based on the observation of the members in terms of whether the commission is still in good, are they still delivering based on their mandate? Because we're talking about the chairperson of the commission, and then from there, because even based on this letter, everything, they've done a lot for the commission. So that's exactly what I just wanted to say to you, Chairperson. But there's no any formula. It's just a matter of renewing. If the committee agree that we are renewing, let it be that we are renewing the contract of the chairperson of the commission, but based on the overall observation of the work of the commission.
Thank you very much. I've got three hands on Honorable Langa, then after that Honorable Kaba, and after that Honorable Malinga. Honorable Langa, please go ahead.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Through you, Chair, what Mr. Julius has just shared is very much interesting. I've always thought contracts are individually based, so maybe it's for the first time to hear that they are evaluated rather as a collective. Then from that, my question will be, if the other commissioners' contracts have been renewed, then were they renewed separately because of the timelines, and also was the same approach used in terms of being evaluated through as a collective of commissioners? And also, having said that, Chair, I think you asked a very relevant question as well. What is the process? What does then the committee needs to do? Because normally there's what is called recommendations, for example, on why renewing, and they need to be based on something. So now, if there's no clear there's no clear system per se or template that is used, rather to say we are for the renewal, but there's no template that is used to say these are reasons we think the chair's contract should be renewed, and and also how is their performance evaluation then conducted? If there's a certain way they are conducted, can we then maybe as a committee have access to that? And what if there are candidates? What if there are candidates that are interested, that want to be considered? Does the system maybe allow that? And also maybe how does the whole I call it a system or process then ensure that the appointment is or the process remains free again from say political influence. Maybe that's about me. That's about it from me for now, Chairperson. I hope my questions were clear. Let me pause there for now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Langa. I think they were clear. But Honorable Kaba, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. As I said, at 10 o'clock, I was in the surgeons of the doctor, but I'm out now. So, Chair, I agree what Honorable Langa is saying, but I want to hear, he must be clear what he's saying about the renewing of the chairperson of the commissioners. Because I thought here we are talking about the chairperson of the commissioners, which is Somadoda Fikeng. I think according to me, I saw that the work and the job done by Prof. Somadoda Fikeng. Now, I will urge all my members, the members of the committee, to say, let's agree unanimously for renewing the contract of all chairperson of the commissioners, Prof. Somadoda Fikeng. And we must speed up this thing, honorable members, because Somadoda Fikeng is very strongly fighting the corruption in the public service. And he's the fearless man. He's not even beating behind the bush. He's just go straight, no, like if there is. So, according to me, Chair, I agree about what your content advisor said. To us is to say, we are happy or we are not happy about the job, what is done by our prof. But according to me, Chair, Prof has done a good job in this committee. I will say to members of the committee, let's be unanimous. Let's agree to renew Somadoda Fikeng's contract, the chairperson of commissioners. I thought maybe we'll start with that and the other will follow. I don't know whether I'm wrong, but if I'm wrong, I'll be correct. I stand to be corrected. Chairperson, I know, I hear even yourself, you said you don't think you don't think that there will be members of the committee who can not agree about renewing the contract. Yes, Chair, I agree with you. Let's agree as a committee to renew this Somadoda Fikeng's contract, because he's doing a lot to us. Even if you see something, you write him the email, he'll quickly take it, that concern, and run with it with no fear or favor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kelise, and thereafter Honorable Malinga.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, I would like to agree with Honorable Kaba, Mama, that I also want to propose and support, her proposal that we support the renewal of Prof. Fikeng. for another term as a commissioner. I think, Chair, as a committee, I don't know if we agree, but obviously Mama and I agree on this issue right now that since we arrived here in this committee, in this administration, we've seen the commitment of Prof. We've seen how passionate he is about the work that he's doing and the work that we want to achieve, and how he is committed to rooting out, corruption that we see in these departments and municipalities. I mean, he's shared with us a lot of stories how even though he's not treated like other commissioners or other commissioners of the other institutions, but we've seen him taking risks, ensuring that the work that they are mandated with as a commission is achieved. So with that level, I mean, even how he pushed with the bill of the public service commission bill, he's articulated with such clarity. We know that he understands what is expected of him, and he is committed to doing that. And I think because he's been doing this job very well, we would be making a mistake to lose him, especially with the transition that we want to see from the commission, moving from being a Chapter 10 institution to a Chapter 9 institution. I think we'll be making a terrible job, Chair, if we don't move for the renewal of Prof's term. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Malinga, please proceed. Thank you, Honorable Kilise.
Thank you, Chair. I think I don't want to open a discussion in this item, but I think, Chair, my proposal will be let's have a time frame in terms of coming back with the motivation of Prof. Matotafegin, whether we'll do agree in terms of renewal or we'll disagree. I think, Chair, may you please just give us a time frame? That is my proposal, so that we will go back, consult, then we come back with a tangible proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Malinga. Honorable Langa.
Thank you very much, Chair. Apologies for coming back over and over again, but maybe I thought I provide clarity, maybe from my perspective. My approach was more on the process, on the clarity of the process, maybe before we even agree as a committee whether we are for the renewal or not. So I just wanted that clarity from my perspective. But outside of that, I think Prof. Figene's work speaks for itself. So I didn't think that we will be engaging on this, on it today, per se. So I thought I provide clarity on that, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see another hand. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I'm Dr. Eman Tembe from the Office on Institutions Supporting Democracy in the Speaker's Office. I think on the last aspect which the members have raised, the Act is clear. In Section 4, subsection 7 clarifies the procedure regarding the renewal of a term of a office of a commissioner. And it provides that for the renewal of a term of a commissioner must be based on the commissioner, 1, remaining fit and proper person as required by Section 196(10) of the Constitution, 2, having maintained a satisfactory level of performance in relation to his or her duties. So I think those are the requirements which are required in terms of the law So then the committee has to consider Prof. Somafi again on those requirements, whether he meets the criteria. That is all I wanted to add, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. That is very valuable. Honorable Kaba and Honorable Langa. First, Honorable Kaba.
Thank you very much, Chair. That is clear now, Chair. It's clear now, Chair. All of us, we know that Soma Doctor is proper and fit for this job. And what I like about him, he told us in the committee the truth, nothing but the truth. And the criteria, he met it. He's proper and fit for this job, and he knows his job, and he knows what he's doing in this committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable
Very much.
Langa.
Yes, Chair. Can maybe I don't know if Julius can maybe share what was shared by Mr. Dembe now. Because, for example, I'm on the road, so I couldn't capture it properly, so maybe if I see it in writing, because my main concern, Chair, here is us being procedural more than anything.
100%.
Yeah, thank you.
So, honorable members and Honorable Langa, I really want to latch onto your last point. I have a suggestion for the committee, and I'm very much open if a member wants to object against it. My suggestion is as follows. It seems to me, by the reading of the letter and also by the comments which was given kindly by Mr. Tembe, that this letter which we received is the motivation. So this is a letter from the Public Service Commission motivating why they think that the commissioner's term should be renewed. It is also clear to me that the only process about which we need to give input now is whether we support the renewal or not. So we will only really look at a headhunting or a new process, or if we reject the renewal. So the renewal is in front of us. It is motivated in the letter. But I also see that if I read the Constitution correctly, that this is actually 100% within the domain of the president. And what we will do as a committee is we will now write to say whether we support this decision to renew, which the president will then take into consideration when he decides whether the renewal should go through or not. If there is no objection from a committee member, I would like to suggest the following: that the committee drafts a letter of support for the renewal, which they have checked by legal services, and that they bring this letter to the committee at our next sitting, and that honourable members can then voice their opinions on the content of that letter. So so that we can move ahead with as much speed as possible. So in short, I move that we ask the committee to write a letter of support for the renewal of the professor as commissioner, but that we don't send that letter yet until the committee has had sight of it, and also that we have not, until we've had legal advice from Parliament, that we have followed the appropriate channels and that we are procedurally correct. Is there any member who objects or has a comment on what I have just suggested?
Yeah, just before that, Chairperson, just before that.
Yes, Julius?
Yeah, what we'll do, we are not going, we have to write to be sort of a mini report in support or not support of the renewal.
Okay.
Yeah, so not a letter, so that it has to go in the House for deliberation, because this is a referral, then the speaker there has to be tabled in the House, and then to indicate that based on this section 196.10, the committee has exercised the opportunity of the renewal process. And again, just to go back to what Honorable Langa has raised initially, just to, when I'm still on the platform, if the committee there's no any candidate, because now we are only, the focus of the committee is on the renewal. So there is no any interested person who is interested in the position, because it's not yet up, the person is not appointed. Let's say the committee does not renew the contract. That's when then the interested people will go for completely a new recruitment. And that's where the interested people will then come and submit their application. But for now, we are dealing with a renewal of a contract of the current commissioner. So even if there's any person who might be interested as a chairperson, the delegation, in terms of the delegation of who should be the chairperson and the deputy chairperson, is the president. But for now, the committee, we are not renewing the contract of a chairperson. We are renewing a contract of a commissioner of the Public Service Commission. In terms of the delegation, it's the president who decides who is the chairperson and the deputy chairperson of the commission. Just on that, because Honorable Langa raised it earlier on. I just wanted to clarify that, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Julius. So we need a report to go through this committee, which shows our support or not, or not our support.
If I can come in, Chair.
Yes, Masi?
What we are going to try and do, sorry, is that
I think you've got maybe two feedback.
We are going to, we will leave members to be in a position to go to their respective parties and engage on them. And we are thinking.
We can't hear. We cannot hear.
Masi, we couldn't hear what you were saying.
No, I'm trying to say, we are looking at ensuring that members are going to engage on the matter. And then from there, somewhere in November or October, we will be in a position to make sure that members are adopting the report. I think maybe you just forgot that problem.
Okay. Honorable Langa, I don't know if that's a legacy hand, and I see Honorable Kaba's hand as well. Honorable Langa, would you, is it a legacy hand, or do you have another question?
No, mine was a follow-up on a proposal by the chairperson. So I was saying I'm in support of the
Masi, I don't know if it's, yeah, okay, I see you have muted. Thank you, Honorable Langa. I think we heard that you are in support. I appreciate that. Honorable Kaba?
Hi, thank you, Chair. I was also raising my hands in support of your proposal, Chair. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, honorable members, for the support. To the committee staff, I would just like to say that I think we now have reached consensus in the committee. We would like to proceed with the report as speedily as possible to consider the approval of the renewal of the commissioner, and we ask the committee that we don't waste any time, that we don't drag our feet, that we get the report in front of our committee so that we can send it to the National Assembly as soon as possible, so that we don't run into a time constraint before the end of January when the commissioner's term needs to be renewed. Honorable members, as always, I really love the way and commend the way which our members of our committee conduct themselves and how professionally we go about our business. It really is appreciated from my side. Masi, I think that brings us to the end of our agenda. Is that correct? Oh, Honorable Langa, sorry, you still have a hand up. Please go ahead.
No, apologies, Chair. I just wouldn't like us to maybe seem like we are suppressing another proposal, because if I'm not mistaken, I think it was Honorable Malinga who had said he requested some time so that because we are mandated by parties as well. So maybe there should be some time after having received that report so that we hear as well. We get to have members to consult with their parties before we conclude on the matter. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, no, 100%. But I think what we've decided satisfies the request of Honourable Malinga, because we've not really decided anything except that the process must go forward. So Honourable Malinga and all other members and parties will have due time to consider the motivation which is in front of us, which is the motivation received from the PSC, so that all members, before we adopt or reject a report, which will either recommend renewal or not recommend renewal. So all we have really said today is that we would like the process, the procedural part of this process, to go ahead as speedily and effectively as possible. Is there any member that is not clear on that or feels differently?
We are happy, Chair.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, members. Thank you for your inputs. Masi, so, Honorable Kilese, did you want to say something?
No, sorry, Chair, I was saying thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, no, it's a pleasure. Members, I think that brings us to the end of our agenda. If there are no other issues, then I'm happy to conclude the meeting, and I would like to just commend members and staff that we've been very effective and efficient. We are ahead of time, and I hope, and sincerely from my side, I do appreciate how effective we are as a committee, every single member of this committee. With that, I would like to conclude the meeting and adjourn it, and I hope all members and staff have a wonderful day further. Thank you very much for your attendance.
Thank you,
Goodbye,
Chair.
Chair. Thank you very much, honorable members. Goodbye.
Do not have a farewell party, Honorable Board Hitter, Chair.
Honorable Langa, we must just talk about the budget, but I think it's a good
Honorable
idea.
Langa. Honorable Langa, still a young man. Still a young.
Hello, Mom Kize.
Hello. Oh, hello, my love. Ha, you back to my committee again, sweetheart. Yo, thank you very much. I did welcome you. Thank you very much. I think this committee will be nice. Remember,
Bye.
in the doctor.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye, Chair. And Honorable Kawan and other Honorable. Bye-bye.
Bye.